Welcome, everyone. This is the Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs and the Committee on Agriculture and Food Systems. We're in a combined committee in order to hear and consider two measures. And I appreciate everyone being here today. Thank you very much for your advocacy for your position. It's Wednesday, March 13th, 2 p.m. March 13th, 2024, 2 p.m. here in conference room 325, and we're also running this hearing by video conference. Thank you to Chair Gates and Vice Chair Kahaloa for being here, and members of both committees for being here for the hearing. For those who are testifying, I would request that you would keep your comments to 2 minutes, and I appreciate that because we have a lot of people who want to testify. So if you would please be courteous and keep your comments to 2 minutes maximum. If you're testifying via Zoom, please keep yourself muted and your video off until you testify. And then after your testimony is complete, turn your video off and mute yourself again. If you have some technical issues and you want to check in with technical staff, use the Zoom chat function. If you're disconnected unexpectedly, don't panic, just rejoin and I'll try to fit you in to provide testimony when you return. If the power goes off in the building and we have a network failure and we may have to reschedule a meeting, we'll make sure to post appropriate notice. If you're testifying via Zoom, please do not use trademarked or copyrighted images. That kicks us off of YouTube and that's a problem. And for everybody here and on Zoom, please use your courtesy and respect for each other. No profanity or uncivil behavior. It's okay to disagree, but let's not be disagreeable. We're all trying to figure out what to do for the best interests of the state. Okay, so let's go ahead and start our first bill. This is Senate Bill 3335, SD2, relating to cannabis. This measure establishes the Hawaii Hemp and Cannabis Authority and Hemp and Cannabis Control Board within the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs to regulate all aspects of the cannabis plant. Establishes the Hemp and Cannabis Control Implementation Advisory Committee, and beginning January 1st, 2026, legalizes the personal adult use of cannabis. It establishes taxes for adult use cannabis and medical use cannabis sales, transfers the personnel and assets of the Department of Health and assets of the Department of Agriculture relating to cannabis to the Hawaii Hemp and Cannabis Authority, and it makes appropriations. So first up on this, we have the Attorney General, Mr. David Day. Welcome. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Tarnas. Dave Day, I'm the Special Assistant to the Attorney General. With me also are Andrew Goff, Deputy Attorney General, and Phil Higdon, who's the Administrator of the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center. The Attorney General is the chief legal officer and law enforcement officer under the Hawaii Constitution and provides legal advice to all three branches of government. As the attorney for the legislature, our duty is to advise the legislature of risks associated with a given course of action. Attorney General Lopez has made clear that federal illegality, the growth of the illicit market, driving while high, and concerns regarding public health and protecting children are serious issues associated with legalization. These concerns are outlined in our report and can have real-world impacts on public welfare. The testimony of our department on these risks, along with other law enforcement officials and prosecutors, and public health officials at the Department of Health should be given serious consideration. No effort to legalize cannabis, however carefully planned and well-intentioned, will be without such problems and risks. The purpose, however, of cannabis legalization should be to acknowledge the risks with open eyes and attempt to do the following: promote a legal market, minimize risks of societal harm, mitigate damage that does come to pass, avoid liability to the state, and provide workable tools and resources for law enforcement officials and public health officials to promote the public welfare. In these respects, the Department of the Attorney General believes that SB 3335 is a serious, good faith effort at presenting solutions to these problems. Its foundation is built upon a substantial effort on the part of dedicated public servants to draft a balanced, moderate bill that would legalize adult-use cannabis while avoiding ideological excesses and overhauls of long-standing judicial structures and law enforcement prerogatives. If the legislature chooses to legalize adult-use cannabis, amendments to the bill should hew to this balanced middle course. The Department of the Attorney General would like to identify one amendment to the bill that we believe has upset this balance. Section A51F, found on page 88 of the bill, which was added in Senate Draft 2, would prohibit a finding that a condition of parole, probation, or pretrial release has been violated for all manners of activity related to cannabis, including its use, unless there has been a specific finding that the individual's use, cultivation, or possession of cannabis could create a danger to the individual or another person. In the Department's opinion, this provision above goes too far and upsets the balance between competing interests of law enforcement, public safety, and public health against the legislative intent to legalize cannabis. It places the ability of those on parole or probation for whatever crimes to use cannabis above long-standing criminal justice prerogatives. And the provision removes the discretion of the Hawaii Paroling Authority and the judiciary to impose conditions that they believe are in the best interest of the parolees or people on probation. Finally, the Department of the Attorney General is well aware of the budgetary challenges facing the legislature this year. But this bill was not designed to be a zero appropriation legislation. While the timing of allocating resources can be discussed, appropriations must be made for the new regulatory agency to get up and running and move quickly, for law enforcement, drug nuisance abatement, and public education campaigns during the transition period to legalization to come into effect if this bill should pass. Thank you very much, and we will be welcome to your questions at the end.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Department of Taxation. Please come on up to the podium. That way people who are watching on TV will be able to see you and hear you.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, members of the committees. Winston Wong on behalf of the Department of Taxation. The department has submitted testimony and comment on this bill. We stand on that testimony and will be available for questioning thereafter.
Please highlight the main parts of your testimony.
Certainly. Our testimony summarizes the tax impacts of this bill, first of which is the change from the initial version of the bill, which would have added this tax to the GET. Instead, this bill establishes a brand new tax on cannabis, exclusively on cannabis, to be taxed at 14%. Medical cannabis would be taxed at 4%. In order to work this new tax into practice, we've also requested there be an exemption from the GET, so there's no risk of double taxation upon any of these receipts that come to the state's coffers. The only noteworthy change from the prior version of the bill that the department has commented on is the removal of numbers of following positions to be established within the Department of Taxation. The department notes that the establishment of a new tax, albeit one dealing with a brand new market that currently is unregulated, would require significant enforcement and significant resources to administer. Therefore, the department notes that should this measure be passed, the department needs at least 2 auditors, 1 cashier, 3 special enforcement section investigators, 2 tax information technicians, and 2 tax law change specialists to implement and administer the new tax law provisions. That's all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If there's a seat that's empty next to you, please let people know so they can move in. If people could try to avoid to block the door, the passageways, that would be best. So try to fill in if you can. Thank you. Let's move on. Next, we have testimony from the Hawaii Paroling Authority.
Good afternoon, Chairs Tarnas, Gates, Vice Chairs, committee members. My name is Fred Hyun. I am the chair for the Hawaii Paroling Authority. We stand on our original submitted testimony in opposition to, but we also concur with the departments of the attorney submitted testimony by the Attorney General's Office, Taxation, Health, Law Enforcement, Human Resources, and other executive branches. So we are available for any questions and comments after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Department of Law Enforcement. Make room for Director Lowe to come up. Just before Director Lowe starts, there is a large monitor out in the hallway, so people could stand out in the hallway and watch the proceedings from out there, so you don't feel so crowded in here, especially this group that's blocking the doorway here. And you could just watch from out there and come on in when your when you're prepared to give testimony. So there's room. Just out in the hallway. You'll still be part of the whole hearing, but you don't have to be in here. You could be watching the monitor that's out there. You should be able to hear us. If you don't see or hear us, let me know, but I think you should be able to. Okay? All right, great, thank you. Please, Director Lowe, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. Director Jordan Lowe for the Department of Law Enforcement. We stand by our submitted testimony with serious concerns regarding the passage of this bill, but I would like to bring up an unintended consequence of the passage of this bill. Under federal law, if you legally own a registered firearm, or you even have a concealed carry permit, but you start using legalized marijuana, you would be in violation of federal law. It's under Title 18, 922 G3. So that's the unintended consequence. You're going to end up with another class of basically people violating the law, because it's still a controlled substance, under federal regulations. So that's something that I think people need to consider, and we have to take that into consideration on how we're going to address that, either through the U.S. Attorney's Office or through the Attorney General's Office. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Very good, thank you very much. Next, we have the Department of Health.
Good afternoon. I'm Lola Irvin, representing the Director of Health for the Department of Health, and I have with me my colleague, Michelle Nakata, who's also representing the Department of Health. I'm here to speak in terms of the public health comments. So you have our testimony, which is quite lengthy and has a lot of references. So I would just provide a brief summary. The Department of Health is tasked with, and we're authorized to, really achieve optimal health for everyone in Hawaii, right? With the goal of achieving health equity, and to consider the social determinants of health, or those drivers that will affect the options and opportunities for your health. So in our comments, you will find that we have really grave concerns about legalizing adult use, which is expected based on the data in Hawaii and experience from other states that have legalized the recreational use of cannabis, a negative effect for newborns, children, youth, and young adults especially. The problem is that the THC exposure to fetuses and newborns has continued to increase, with pregnant women continuing to use the product. In Hawaii, with the Native Hawaiian youth in particular, 33%, if we look at a combined data from 2017, 2019, and 2021, 33% of Native Hawaiian high school students say that they are regular users of cannabis already. And then in our 2022 behavior risk factor surveillance study that just came out, amongst 18 to 24-year-old adults, 24% reported using cannabis. And so we have an employee shortage in the Department of Health, and these are the young adults that we'd like to see come and work for us. We're really concerned about what it means for them. I have come before this committee because we also look at food and farm to table and the use of agricultural land. We're also concerned about the commercialization of cannabis and what that will mean then in terms of the limited land and water we have and those resources, and what will become available, especially for our keiki. So we do know that prevention is the best thing, and we have come before you regarding policies to protect our children and youth. And so we do know that 3.5 children who use and youth who use flavored e-cigarettes, and I've come before you many times regarding flavored e-cigarettes. If they start using flavored e-cigarettes, which we still do not restrict, they're 3.5 times more likely to switch and increase using THC. And so that is a grave concern for us in terms of what we are doing, in terms of the development of our children. And so we are here, however, to also provide policy responses if you have any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you very much. Michelle, did you want to make any comment at this point?
No, I'm just here to provide any feedback or answer any questions that you may have with regards to implementation of a legalized cannabis program.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, next we have testimony from the Department of Human Resources Development. Welcome, Director. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committees. DHERD is concerned about this proposal. We provided comments. We have two concerns primarily. One is that under the federal law, any agency that receives federal funds needs to be in compliance with the federal Drug-Free Workplace Act, which does not permit the use of cannabis. And that could jeopardize federal funding for our state agencies. We are also concerned because as part of a commercial driver's license requirements, those individuals who drive and have CDL licenses need to be in compliance with those requirements. And so we're concerned about the language in Section G and would request that it either be stricken or we've provided alternate language for your consideration. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Next, we have a representative of the Office of Collective Bargaining. You can make room, please, let come up. And for those who are standing in front of the doorway, if you could slide aside so that we don't block the doorway in case there's an emergency. And there is a monitor in the hallway outside, so you could watch from out there. Angela, you could watch from out there. You don't have to be inside here. Okay, please, proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chairs, and members of the committees. My name is Wilbert Holk. I'm the Chief Negotiator with the Office of Collective Bargaining. Our testimony, we provided comments. I'd just like to highlight that we currently have negotiated agreements with UPW, HGA, HSTA, SHOPO, and firefighters on drug testing. And passage of this bill could impact those negotiated agreements. And that if the committees decide to pass it, we would agree with DHERD and either strike the language in Section G on page 88 or take a look and accept DHERD's amendments. I'll be around for questioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Office of Information Practices. With comments?
Hello.
Please go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay, hi. Cheryl Kakasa Park, Director of Office of Information Practices. We note that this bill would create a board that would fall under the Sunshine Law Board. And there's one sentence in proposed section A12F that is problematic, and we ask that it be removed because it allows the board to do special meetings in contrary to the Sunshine Law, and that could be confusing and probably would encourage Sunshine Law violations by the board. So if you could just take out that sentence relating to special meetings, we're okay. We don't have any comment on the rest of the bill. Thank you very much. I'll be here for questioning.
Thank you very much. Next person who said they wanted to testify is Steve Alm, Prosecuting Attorney, Honolulu Department of the Prosecuting Attorney. Welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairs Tarnas, Gates, Vice Chairs, members of the committee. The Department of the Prosecuting Attorney is in strong opposition to Senate Bill 3335, Senate Draft 2. I am Steve Alm. I'm the prosecutor. My job is public safety, and legalizing marijuana will make Honolulu less safe. I'm very concerned about how strong marijuana is today. It's this increase in potency that is driving so many of the concerns. When it was 3% THC back in the day, that wasn't a problem for many things. But now the stores are 20 to 40%, concentrates over 90. Legalization will cause overall use, as seen in all these other states, to increase. The black market increases. We talk about our keikis' brains and their development as teenagers, and that continues up into their mid-20s. And a 3% THC marijuana cigarette won't affect it that much. But when it's this high potency now, it will put them behind in school. They'll stay behind that way. we're going to have more fatal car crashes. There'll be more victims. We're going to be charging more manslaughter cases, more negligent homicide cases. There'll be robberies of the marijuana stores. We have people robbing their game rooms right now, and they know there's armed security and rugged security guys. They're not going to hesitate to rob marijuana stores and the marijuana grows that are out there. And the marijuana grows, they're not going to want to put up with that, the illegal ones. They're going to have armed folks there, as they've happened all over the West Coast now. And note that I don't say adult use marijuana. Let's get real. Legislation would be telling our kids this is safe. Otherwise, the adults wouldn't have done this. And look at tobacco and alcohol and vaping. You can't make anything restricted to adults. And I realize it's a tough issue for you guys because for
Please summarize.
some adults, it's recreational. For many others, it's not. And finally, there's a myth going around that marijuana legalization is inevitable. The exact opposite is true. In 2023, 20 legislatures in 20 states considered this. And of the 20, only 3 legalized. The other 17 said no. So I urge you, stick with the folks that are saying no. There's so many problems with this. Let's not carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Please keep your comments to yourself. This is a hearing. This is not a stage show. I urge you all to respect each other. Everyone has different opinions here. Be courteous. Thank you. I don't want to have to say that again. I raised 2 kids. Okay? I know what it's like. Please be adults. Be courteous. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Honolulu Police Department. In opposition. Hawaii Police Department. Where? No, this is Sherry Bird.
Hi.
All the way from Hawaii Island.
Yes.
Please, proceed.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. I'm Major Sherry Bird from the Hawaii Police Department, and we submitted written testimony previously, and we stand on that in strong opposition of this bill. I'll summarize some comments. The legalization of marijuana for adult personal use is not in the best interest of our state. The passage of this bill will negatively affect many aspects of our society. It will create an undue burden on our law enforcement and first responder agencies, as there will surely be increases in drug overdoses, emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and impaired driving on our roadways, which will result in serious traffic-related injuries, including fatalities. Relaxing the marijuana laws and legalizing marijuana in any quantity sends the message that recreational marijuana use in Hawaii is acceptable, it's harmless and tolerable, and contributes to the misconception that there are no dangers associated with its use. In addition to conveying the message that marijuana is harmless, legalizing it, even in 1-ounce quantities for adult personal use purposes only, will only make marijuana more easily accessible by our youth, the same youth that we as parents, teachers, and law enforcement teach to say no to drugs, because drugs are unequivocally bad. The risks are far too great and are not worth any potential reward. It's for these reasons we urge you not to approve this legislation. Thank you for allowing us to provide comments.
Thank you for coming all the way over here. Is that the representative from the Honolulu Police Department that just came in? Please come on up. Angela, I'm going to need you to move. You're standing right in the way of egress that we need for emergency purposes. So you could stand out in the hallway or just out to the side. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairs, Vice Chair. Sorry about that. I was talking story outside.
That's fine. Grateful that you're here.
But, you know, the Honolulu Police Department stands in strong opposition of this bill. To normalize marijuana for our community, you're not going to be able to roll that back. There's not a single state that has been able to manage it in a way that reduces the black market and doesn't have an impact to youth. You know, I don't want to beat the horse dead. A lot of things that are being said here today in opposition have all been proven. And I really hope that we can find better ways to create revenue for our community without the impacts that recreational marijuana will have. I expressed to this committee and others that we need to be more creative in ways to find funding. And I just don't think recreational marijuana is the way to go. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have representative of the Hawaii Cannabis Industry Association. Welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairs Tarnas and Chair Gates. Vice Chairs, members of the committee, my name is Tai Chang. I'm Chairman of the Hawaii Cannabis Industry Association. We stand on our written testimony in support of SB 3335 SD2. Just a couple summary comments from our testimony. Number one, we provided a new revised tax revenue estimate of $39.2 million of new tax dollars for the state in year one, and up to $109.7 million in new tax revenues by year four, and which is based on $429 million of annual cannabis sales in Hawaii. Current annual medical dispensary sales have already reached $70 million per year, with GET of almost $3 million being brought into the state. We ask this committee consider avoiding high upfront appropriations. Current DOH OMCCR office testified on March 1st, a year ago, that $5.3 million would be enough to kickstart legalization measure SB 669, which would allow the current OCMMR office plus 9 new positions to kickstart that program. We submit that the current increased medical dispensary licensing fees and the proposed license conversion fees would provide enough funds to start this new program. The program's additional bells and whistles can be funded from the $39.2 million new tax revenue that we can expect in year one. SB 33352 is one of the few measures proposed this year and in this session with the potential to generate any new tax revenue for the state without imposing additional tax burdens on residents and existing businesses. We strongly urge this committee to pass this measure to effectively regulate cannabis, enforce against the illegal market, and safeguard the public. By the way, no medical dispensary in Hawaii over the past 8 years has been robbed.
Please summarize.
That's a fact. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Hawaii Family Forum. Please make room. Again, you can stand out in the hallway and watch them from the monitor out there. Thank you. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair Tarnas, Chair Gates, members of the committee. We stand on our testimony in opposition. I think the point we really want to make is, first of all, we want to acknowledge all the good work that the legislature has done to try and hit that vaping problem that is a huge epidemic here in Hawaii. And we appreciate that you've worked so hard to do that. We also appreciate that you've worked so hard to deal with the mental health crisis of our youth. We truly believe that if you go this route and if you legalize recreational marijuana, you're going to undo all the good work you did. In fact, the petition that I submitted to you, I wanted you to know that these consist of parents, teachers, business leaders, and mental health professionals that are very worried that we're going to go down a path that once we open that door, we're going to not be able to close it. So mahalo for the opportunity to testify in opposition.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Big Island Grown Dispensaries.
Aloha, chairs and committee members. I just want to take a moment to thank you all for scheduling this measure to be heard and elevating the conversation and taking it further than it's gone to date. So thank you very much. My name is Jacqueline Moore, CEO of Big Island Grown, and we stand in strong support of SB 3335, SD2 version. Few things, cannabis is prevalent, as we know, largely dominated by unregulated illicit sources. People are using it. We need to regulate it. We need to tax it. We need to make it safe for consumers. We support legalization and regulation that safeguards the community, the kids, and the end consumer by implementing very strong testing standards. We are sensitive to the cost considerations of implementation and offer the following information. I won't belabor the point, but it's important to double down on the tax projections that Ty had mentioned. Over $39 million projected for year one, over $100 million projected in year four. In addition to this, there's a way of reducing upfront costs by using the tax generated from initial sales to fund some of these social programs and enhanced law enforcement, as well as other initiatives. And lastly, we can utilize the existing infrastructure under SB 3335 the Office of Medical Cannabis and Control would transfer over to this new cannabis authority, and with that would go 17 staff members, a $3 to $4 million budget, over $2.5 million in GET taxes from the current licensees, as well as $2 million in revenue from patient registry, and an anticipated $2.5 million in conversion fees. It's the logical step to leverage existing resources to implement, and I just want to make sure that you understand that this can be done without additional appropriations. Thank you so much. I appreciate being heard. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Randy Gantz, Hawaii Cannabis Industry Solutions.
Aloha, members. I'm in support of this bill, but I want to urge some amendments before passage. Current medical patient rights and protections could be eliminated in this new law, something I just recently caught. This bill repeals Chapter 329, Part 11, which holds some crucial patient protections this body fought really hard for in the passage of our medical law. This includes patients not being discriminated against in school enrollment, landlord discrimination, not being denied custody and visitation rights of their children, and being able to use their medical cannabis in a non-moving vehicle. These provisions have not been reinserted into this bill, and passage without them would eliminate what is the current status quo of medical patient protection. So I urge them to be reinserted into this bill to continue our protections for patients as they are. Additionally, crucial social equity provisions that were in the original draft that were taken out or changed into SD2, I urge kind of bringing it back to the original. I'm the chair and author of the social equity report of the dual use of cannabis task force that this body created. And I'm happy to see that that report was referenced in the Attorney General's report, and they inserted language of social equity as a core tenet. The original language from the AG's office in the original introduced draft of 3335 had a separate and dedicated special fund for social equity. In the SD2, it lumps it together with public education and public safety, pitting them against each other to fight for funds. As acknowledged in the Dual Use Task Force, the AG's report, and other data, we need to take social equity very seriously and make it a core tenet of this legislation. Thus, I recommend reverting to the originally introduced language that created a separate social equity fund and giving that fund 50% of cannabis tax revenue to show that we are committed to righting the wrongs of the war on drugs. I want to echo the AG's past comments that this train has left the station, referring to the inevitability that cannabis legalization comes to Hawaii. Whether it comes with the body passing legislation, federal government or rescheduling cannabis, or Congress taking action, it is going to come to pass.
Please summarize.
Sure. My other concern is the large law enforcement presence. As someone who was in the military and fought overseas, I see individuals that looked like me going to legal grow sites with children in their homes and inspecting currently in our medical system. Offering more law enforcement to check out legal sites dressed like individuals overseas is going to cause a lot more issues and continue to stigmatize individuals who are legally possessing this substance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for this historic hearing.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network.
Chair Tarnas, Gates, Vice Chairs, and Joint Committee members, Cynthia Au on behalf of the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, or ACS-CAN. ACS-CAN comments urge clarification and offer amendments on SB 3335. SB 3335 SD2 is not clear on whether smoking, including the use of e-cigarettes of any kind, of any and all cannabis or cannabis-derived products, whether natural or synthetic, is prohibited in all workplaces and public places. This includes prohibiting indoor smoking associated with permits for special events and social consumption. There are many different terms and definitions, and ACS-CAN is not certain that all of them will be captured in the definition of smoking. We request and urge clarification that smoking, including the use of e-cigarettes, of any and all cannabis or cannabis-derived products, whether natural or synthetic, is prohibited in all workplaces and public places. Recommend amending the bill to have clear language that states the smoking of all products defined in this bill is prohibited where everywhere smoking is prohibited in 328J. ACS-CAN recommends an amendment to broaden the definition of smoking found in our written testimony. ACS-CAN opposes the changes to the e-liquid definition to exempt cannabis, cannabis products, or cannabis accessories. This creates a major loophole for companies to mix cannabis with tobacco or nicotine to avoid tobacco control laws. ACS-CAN also recommends prohibiting any cannabis retail stores from selling tobacco products, including e-cigarettes that contain tobacco or nicotine, whether synthetic or natural. ACS-CAN remains concerned about reducing smoking, including the use of e-cigarettes, and reducing exposure to secondhand smoke. Expanding the use of cannabis only heightens these concerns, and we urge the legislature to ensure cannabis laws do not undermine effective tobacco control laws and further health disparities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Coalition for a Drug-Free Hawaii. Please make room. Thank you. Welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chairs Gates and Tarnas. My name is Greg Chapkus. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Drug-Free Hawaii. We're strongly opposed to this. Our job is and our work is to prevent underage substance use and drinking and drugs, et cetera. A couple of things I just want to highlight from my testimony here. And this one's not in the testimony. The conditions that kind of help foster underage substance use is really availability and perception of harm. And as these things can become more available, then kids use more often. As the perceived harm is lower, they also use more often too. And unfortunately, the perception of harm has gone down while the true harms, because of the high THC contents, have gone up quite a bit. And so I'll get back to that in a second, but a couple other things. Kansas City Federal Reserve in October 2023, maybe you saw this study. They published it, moderate economic gains, as some people have mentioned, state income by 3%, house prices by 6%, which we don't need here, population by 2%. But they also highlight, this is a cost-benefit analysis, double-digit % increases in social costs, substance use disorders increasing by 17%, chronic homelessness increasing by 35%, and arrests by 13%. Things we just don't need here in Hawaii. Here in Hawaii, marijuana is the #1 drug for adolescents for adolescent substance abuse or substance use treatment. So that's from the Department of Health, ADAD's report to the legislature. And we also know, as Prosecutor Arnold mentioned, the fatal injuries in drivers in, this is a Hawaii study again, it tripled from the year 2000 area to 2015 in Hawaii, THC positivity among fatalities. Lastly, just again on the young brains, which we know they don't stop developing until they're about 25.
Please summarize.
Okay. Cannabis use disorders increasing 50% over 2019. It's just young brains, it's not worth the risk. Hawaii, is it really worth the risk to do this in our beautiful state? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Tekmana, Jeffrey Hong, CEO. Welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chairs Tarnas, Chairs Gates, and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Jeff Hong. I'm the CEO of Tekmana, a software and cybersecurity company based here in Hawaii. I'm the board chair of Hawaiian Ethos, a medical cannabis licensee on the Big Island. I also serve as chair of the Honolulu Liquor Commission. I stand by my testimony in support with suggested amendments. I am speaking in a personal capacity. We have cannabis adult use regulation, and it's called the criminal justice system, and it has been a failure. I believe I'm the only person with law enforcement responsibilities to speak in support. The Honolulu Liquor Commission is responsible for the promulgation of rules and enforcement of alcohol laws. We know that alcohol prohibition was a failure similar to cannabis. The harms far outweighed the benefits. Adults making personal choices should not be criminalized for choosing alcohol or cannabis. The status quo encourages our citizens to be casual violators of the law. There are harms to address, so we must have penalties for irresponsible choices like driving impaired. We want to create the equivalent of a new generation of craft brewers while discouraging moonshiners. Leading cannabis with commercial regulation rather than the criminal code is the best path forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Lea Kekaualua Pakalolo for the people.
Aloha, chairs and committee members. My name is Leah Kikaulua in strong support of SB 335. Whether we call it medical or recreational, tested and regulated products that are subject to quality control standards encourage safe and responsible cannabis use. This is an opportunity to establish a healthy legal industry that fosters community engagement and education around cannabis use while promoting dialogue and understanding about responsible consumption to prevent potential risk. By putting an end to cannabis prohibition, Hawaii will generate significant tax revenue. For example, close to $40 million year one and over $100 million in program maturity. Create valuable jobs for our locals, and set forward a safe and legal framework for current operators to step out of illicit operations. We can do this. It starts with legalizing adult use now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Drug Policy Forum of Hawaii, Nikos Leverins.
Aloha chairs, Chair Tarnas, Chair Gates, Vice Chair Takayama, Vice Chair Kahaloa, and members. Nikos Leverins with the Drug Policy Forum of Hawaii. I also served on the Dual Use of Cannabis Task Force, and I thank the Department of Health for doing that. As I highlighted in my testimony, New Mexico shows that this can be done fairly inexpensively. In their first year, they implemented an adult use system at a cost of $3.5 million. The first year, they had $300 million in gross sales, and they accrued $27 million in revenue. That can be done here. With respect to higher THC, higher levels of THC in flower and product are not indicative of increased incidence of cannabis use disorder. And in terms of consumer safety, tested and labeled cannabis products allow consumers to titrate their doses. If you look at the product available in other adult use states, they have 2.5 grams, 5 grams, and 10-gram increments. This is going to be especially important for our kupuna, looking for needed relief for their pain and to assist with sleep. With respect to the per se driving standard contained in this bill, one of the many increments of criminalization that is still present, I came across this study on the International Association of Police Chiefs from the Traffic Injury Prevention Journal. There's a poor and inconsistent relationship between the magnitude of impairment and THC concentration in biological samples. The presence of a fat-soluble THC metabolite is not indicative of impairment. Finally, on the impact of youth, those under age of 25, as well as pregnant women and those with serious mental illness, should refrain from the use. But this does not counsel continued prohibition. Continued prohibition has significant impacts on young people and families. Criminalization of children is harmful to them and their communities.
Could you please summarize?
Yes. Hawaii already leads the nation in the arrest of school children per UH analysis in 2021, and criminalization and misrepresentations of the dangers of cannabis undermines young people's trust in government and parental authority. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the ACLU of Hawaii. Please make room. Thank you. Please proceed.
Aloha chairs, vice chairs, committee members, Carrie Ann Shirota on behalf of the ACLU of Hawaii. We strongly support cannabis legalization, but we do have concerns about this specific bill, and we've outlined a number of requested amendments. But I just want to zoom out and sort of highlight, why is the ACLU interested in this issue? As you know, our mission is to protect and preserve the rights enshrined, civil rights and civil liberties enshrined in our federal and state constitutions. The right to individual or bodily autonomy is protected by our constitutions in matters of religion, political opinion, reproductive decisions, and other activities. All of these activities are at risk so long as a state thinks that it can legally punish people for choosing cannabis. A government that cannot make it a crime for an individual to drink a cocktail should, for the same reason, not be permitted to make it a crime to use cannabis. Cannabis prohibition laws also infringes upon the explicit right to privacy enshrined in our Hawaii Constitution, which provides more protection than the federal Constitution. I'd also like to note that individuals continue, despite decriminalization, to be arrested for cannabis possession. The Attorney General's data report from 2011 to 2020, which is the last report known, in 2020, 523 persons were still arrested for cannabis possession. Now, what does that mean? If it's an arrest or a conviction, we're looking at a paper prison where people have criminal records that have thousands of collateral consequences after they've paid their debt to society, after they've paid off fines and fees, that serve as barriers to jobs, housing, access to other opportunities. And the Attorney General has pointed out that over 50,000 people right now have arrest records for cannabis as a result of our failed war on cannabis, and over 10,000 have convictions. But I'd like to point out that for every data point, it's a person. There's someone currently on Kauai who is a teacher by trade and who cannot get a job in the DOE where there's a shortage because of a past cannabis conviction record.
You could summarize, please.
I'd just like to end on this point that as a mother, I keep hearing arguments about how we need to protect our keiki and kupuna, and I absolutely agree. I have a 12-year-old child, and if he at some point and his friends decide to experiment, I would want that product to be tested and to be sure it's not laced with fentanyl that could lead to his death. And that can happen in the black market. And when medical cannabis was being considered by all of you, the prosecutors, a number of law enforcement said that there was going to be this illicit black market and the sky was going to fall. It never happened. This is a medical plant that has been used for thousands of years, and in the Kingdom of Hawaii, it was legal. We ask that you consider these amendments and look at data-driven practices. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Good afternoon. This is Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We have submitted some comments on the measure.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. We did receive the testimony from Tax Foundation of Hawaii, and all the members have it. Okay. You want to continue? No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on. Testimony from Karen O'Keefe, Marijuana Policy Project on Zoom.
Aloha, my name is Karen O'Keefe. I'm an attorney who has worked on marijuana policy for 20 years at the nonprofit Marijuana Policy Project. I urge you to pass SB 3335 with amendments. I submitted written testimony and co-submitted testimony as part of the Hawaii Alliance for Cannabis Reform. Cannabis prohibition has been a harmful failure that derails lives and puts cannabis consumers and communities at risk. On the illicit market, cannabis is contaminated with heavy metals, hazardous pesticides, and even hard drugs. Only legalization and regulation allows for things like lab testing, environmental standards, and worker protections. However, SB 3335 takes an overly punitive approach and fails to include a sufficient commitment to equity. The Senate amendments address some of our concerns, but SD2 continues to have serious issues, including a strict compliance standard and recriminalization. I urge you to remove the per se limit for driving under the influence. Traffic safety experts, including at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and AAA, acknowledge that per se standards are not supported by science. This would criminalize unimpaired drivers, including medical patients, long after impairment wears off. Next, the penalty for smoking in public for those under 21 possessing cannabis should be a reasonable civil penalty or community service, not a criminal offense with jail time. SB 3335 would recriminalize minors, imposing a criminal record and a possible arrest or jail time, none of which currently apply under decriminalization. I also urge you to reallocate funding to the general fund and equity. ST2 allocates 50% of the excise taxes to cannabis regulation, nuisance abatement, and the law enforcement special fund. That percent should be eliminated or drastically decreased. Licensing fees will cover regulatory costs. There is less, not more, need for cannabis enforcement post-legalization. Hawaii has much more pressing needs than increasing its cannabis enforcement post-legalization. Finally, I'm not sure if she's able to testify today.
Could you please summarize, Ms. O'Keefe? Please summarize.
I just wanted to draw your attention to Kauai Prosecuting Attorney Becky Leikie's written testimony, as as well, which provided that she thought that legalizing cannabis shouldn't include the revocation of probation or parole for testing positive for cannabis, THC. Thank you, mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. On Zoom, we have a representative of the Maui Police Department, Mr. Greg Okamoto.
Good afternoon, committee chairs, committee members. Just testifying on behalf of Police Chief John Pelletier, who has submitted written testimony in opposition of SB 3335. So as a agency, we're in agreement with everything that was actually stated by Prosecutor Alm, Major Byrd, and Major Lambert, in line with all 4 county police departments in opposition of this bill as written. As Prosecutor pointed out, just looking at states such as Colorado, Oregon, Michigan, Washington, where marijuana use was decriminalized, there's a lot of failure and consequences resulting of this. Just recently, Oregon, they rolled back part of their decriminalization law to allow for more enforcement, and that's due, and they're actually considering repealing it, and that's due with the consequences of increase in crime, homelessness, and health issues as a result of the decriminalization of the marijuana use law over there. So I appreciate the time and allowing me to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Green Wave Advisors, Sam De La Paz on Zoom. Not present. Testified with comments. Also on Zoom, representative of Doctors for Drug Policy Reform, Brian Adenoff. Please proceed.
Aloha. My name is Dr. Brian Adenoff. I'm president of Doctors for Drug Policy Reform. This is a group of several hundred physicians, other medical professionals, and scientists advocating for evidence-based drug policies and best practices that advance public health. Our organization supports the present bill, but strongly urges amendments. The details are in my written testimony. I'd like to address some items that have come up while listening here. We assert that the most significant detriment of cannabis lies in the severe consequences of arrest or imprisonment, profoundly impacting both individual and society well-being. In addition, we advocate for ending cannabis prohibition so that a secure and regulated system for cannabis cultivation, distribution, and sale can be established. We heard, and I speak not only as president of D4DPR, but as an addiction psychiatrist for my entire career and head of many VA substance abuse programs. We heard from the Department of Health about the dangers of cannabis, particularly to adolescents and to Native Hawaiians who it seemed they thought would bear the brunt of it. But what we don't hear about from the Department of Health are the dangers of arresting people and incarcerating people, causing them to lose their job, possibly their children, their school loans, their license, all these things that happen when you get arrested. We're not hearing about how these arrests and incarceration much more frequently happen to Native Hawaiians. It's not just all about, let me back up, physicians are aware of the dangers of cannabis, but it's not all one or the other. It's a balance that we have to take with any behavior that has risk, including driving a car or having a drink of alcohol.
Please summarize.
We've heard a lot about the dangers of adolescent use. In fact, Nora Volkow, the director of NIDA, has said that adolescent use has not increased. So we implore that due consideration be given to the input provided by D4DPR and other members of the Hawaii Alliance for Cannabis Reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Retail Merchants of Hawaii, Ms. Tina Yamaki on Zoom, not present. Next, we have testimony from Akamai Cannabis Consulting, Dr. Cliff Otto. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, members of the committees, Dr. Clifton Otto. You have my written testimony providing comments to which I'd like to add just a few brief remarks. What seems to be lacking in this bill are solutions for the federal situation with cannabis in Hawaii. If we were able to have a public discussion about the federal situation I think it would become very clear that the state should not move ahead with recreational legalization as long as cannabis is a federal controlled substance. We cannot have a state program that is properly regulated or be consistent with public health and safety if people must violate federal law to participate. And federal Schedule III is not going to make this problem go away. In fact, it could make things worse. One reasonable way for the state to proceed is to wait for cannabis to be removed from the Federal Controlled Substances Act entirely before moving ahead with recreational legalization. And in the meantime, improve and expand our medical cannabis program, which the governor supports, and which should include a federal exemption for our registered patients based upon the recommendations that this legislature adopted in 2021. Thank you for considering this important issue and the amendments in my written testimony, and I will try to be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Karawailua LLC, Ezra Parzabak.
Aloha. My name is Ezra Parzabak. I am a consultant with Blue Skies Unlimited. I am also a social equity participant and based in Massachusetts, the state upon which Hawaii modeled Bill SB 3335. I brought dozens of companies through the licensure process to operation. The Hawaii bill states, I quote, "The experience of other states is that the illicit market continues to exist in parallel to the legal regulated market," end quote. But the bill fails to address why it happens or how Hawaii might solve the problem. Massachusetts has failed to eliminate the black market due to the high bar to licensure of general and social equity applicants in an overregulated market catering to big marijuana. I encourage you to look at regulatory models in Maine and Vermont, where industry profits stay local. Black markets are squelched out by many more small businesses offering low prices, and big marijuana has little incentive to suck profits out of the state. Thank you for your time. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Last Prisoner Project, Frank Stiefel. Not present. Next, we have testimony from the Hawaii Federation of Republican Women, Jamie Detweiler. Not present. Next, we have testimony from Hawaii Sustainable Farms, Robert Bentz.
Aloha, representatives, Robert Bentz. I am unfortunately in opposition. I support some changes to this bill. Medical cannabis has saved my life, so had to relearn how to talk, so it might be a little bit difficult to communicate. But I recommend separating completely the hemp and federal legal medical marijuana. There's a bill that was already signed by President Biden, passed with help from Senator Schatz, that makes federal research cannabis legal to grow and sell. The state could support medical cannabis, and that would help the patients tremendously. I also would echo the reinstatement of the 329 provisions. On the hemp side of the bill, I am certified organic generational farmer here from Kula, and the bill commingling hemp with cannabis causes significant problems. Gail, our president, wasn't able to testify, but she wanted me to express as a board member of the Hawaii Hemp Farmers Association that we want some significant changes to this bill to make it not destroy hemp farmers. It should have only the provisions the AG's concerned about should be defined as the intoxicating hemp derivatives, but the language right now leaves it very open. For medical, it would
Could you please summarize, Mr. Bentz?
to please follow the smaller states with less regulation and support local farmers. Keeping it small is the best way, and offer free testing. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Casey Rothstein, Green Aloha Limited.
Aloha, Chairs Tarnas and Gates, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you, committee members. My name is Casey Rothstein. I'm the CEO of Green Aloha, one of the state's 8 medical cannabis dispensary licenses. We're the license for Kauai. Green Aloha is in strong support of SB 3335 SD2. There is and has been a flourishing recreational cannabis market in Hawaii for many, many years. Hawaii cannabis is famous all over the world for being grown in perfect growing environment in the legendary Hawaii sun. Both residents and tourists alike have been enjoying Hawaii cannabis as responsible adults for decades. However, every one of them has had to turn to the illicit black or gray markets to do so, and every dollar that has changed hands has done so tax-free and with no regulations to ensure the safety of consumers. Polling has shown that well over 50% of Hawaii voters support the legalization of cannabis for responsible adult use. It's time for the state legislature to do the responsible thing, as 24 other states have done, and create a legal, well-regulated, and taxed adult use cannabis industry. SB 3335 SD2 is a balanced and careful approach to creating this well-regulated and reasonably taxed industry that will allow responsible adult use cannabis users of Hawaii to obtain their cannabis of choice via legal, safe, tested dispensary system, while also providing the state of Hawaii with a previously unclaimed tax stream that estimates have shown are over $100 million a year. Stand on the rest of my testimony, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Spectra Analytical Laboratory. Please introduce yourself and proceed.
Hello, Chairs Tarnas and Gates. My name is Dana Saccone, and I'm the owner of Spectra Analytical Lab, the only lab in the state. We support cannabis legalization. We are currently at 50% sample capacity, and we could service the legal market if it started tomorrow. The only thing I would like to add and amend is the part in the bill having a state lab. The cannabis state lab is an unnecessary cost to this program, and if the state would like to do blind testing or samples, blind test samples and secret shopper program, they can just contract with us. We've been in the last 9 years, we've been open. We haven't had any negative incidents or any action taken by DOH, but we stand on our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony. We start to take testimony from individuals. Rita Kama Kimura. If she's in the hallway, she'll come in. Next, Chanara Casey Richmond. And after Ms. Richmond is Craig Pollard. Please proceed, Ms. Richmond.
Aloha, my name is Shannara Richmond, and I am opposed to this bill. Thank you for hearing my testimony. There is now a legal precedent where a person charged with murder is innocent because the court deems they were not responsible for their actions due to the fact that they were under the influence of marijuana. Our electric traffic signs here in Hawaii say, if it makes you feel different, it makes you drive different. Clearly, the claim that marijuana is harmless is a lie. People who use marijuana undergo visible personality changes that continue long after their high has worn off. These people are not aware of these changes in their personality, but the people around them who do not use this drug can see these changes clearly. Marijuana users are not themselves. Their mental capacity and overall potential has been diminished, and because they do not perceive this, it's the responsibility of those of us who do see it to protect them. It's been 10 years since Colorado legalized recreational marijuana, and here are their 10-year statistics. Suicide rate for people found with marijuana in their toxicology report has increased 5 times. School dropouts. Marijuana users are 2.3 times more likely to quit school than non-users. Traffic deaths, where the drivers tested positive for marijuana, increased 3 times. Also, the promise of state revenue increase is a lie. Marijuana revenue is less than 1% of Colorado's state budget. The promise of reduced alcohol use is a lie. Colorado's statistics for alcohol consumption have not changed. It's clear, legalizing recreational marijuana will harm Hawaii. The only reason anyone could support this bill is because they themselves are under the influence of this drug. They don't give a damn about the mental health of our children, or They want to deliberately weaken our society.
Ma'am, could you please focus on the content, not on disparaging the votes of members?
I urge you, please do not pass this bill. Please do not deceive our children into believing this drug is harmless. It is not. Please keep this illegal drug illegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Craig Pollard. After Craig Pollard is Drew Daniels. Mr. Pollard, you're next. Please proceed.
Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Craig Pollard. I'm a pharmacist. I've been a pharmacist in this state for a long time. I've seen the toll that opioids have taken on this community and our communities around the state. And I do think that providing responsible adult use will help to provide responsible adults with an alternative to dangerous drugs like opioids and benzodiazepines. I also strongly believe that this will generate much-needed tax revenue for the state and provide an opportunity for our youth and young people and young adults to stay here and keep jobs in an emerging industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Drew Daniels. After Mr. Daniels is David Pitt. Please proceed, Mr. Daniels.
Aloha, chairs and committee members. My name is Drew Daniels from the east side of Hawaii Island, and I support this bill. I've worked in cannabis for many years. As a father of a young child, I would not be doing what I love if I were not working in the legal industry. I stand on my written testimony, but would like to add that while I hear the concerns around legalization, the fears are simply unwarranted. The argument that legalization would impose such dangerous threats to our community is one based on false premises and ignores the fact that an illicit market is already thriving here in Hawaii. In regards to community safety, there are links to several studies from the CDC and American Medical Association in my written testimony that prove driving fatalities and cannabis use amongst teens both actually decrease in states post-legalization. Cake, you're not buying cannabis that has been taxed 14%. The gateway drug argument has been debunked many times, and in fact, for many, it is a getaway drug and is used to taper off harder drugs and alcohol. It's worth mentioning that there has never been a lethal overdose of marijuana. Regarding tourism, according to the HTA, the majority of visitors are coming from markets where cannabis is already legalized, like the US West and Canada. I've seen people from Hawaii relocated all over the United States as I've traveled for my current position. They all work in this industry, and all of them want to come home to work in this industry. By putting an end to cannabis prohibition now, we will normalize cannabis professionalism by setting forward a safe and legal framework for local farmers to step out of illicit operations while generating much-needed tax revenues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from David Pitt. After Mr. Pitt is Michael Medeiros. Please proceed, Mr. Pitt.
Aloha, chairs and committee members. Thanks for having us today. I'm over here from Big Island, and I want to express my unwavering support for SB 3335. As a caregiver, grower, patient, and industry professional with years of experience spanning multiple states, I have witnessed the inner workings of cannabis regulation at every level. Through my diverse exposure, I have come to intimately understand how regulated and organized adult use access directly benefits our communities. This framework fosters safe commerce that would otherwise be driven to a dangerously unregulated place in the vacuum created by limited medical markets and unchecked caregiver programs. Working in the cannabis industry here has also provided a way for me to support my family, allowing me to bring them back to Hawaii. The jobs and opportunities that are created within this burgeoning industry will afford Hawaii's talented workforce the opportunity to support themselves and their families. Hawaii's abandoning workforce can be motivated to stay or return home and not have to relocate to pursue their passions. We do Hawaii's cannabis industry professionals a grave injustice anytime we make them feel persecuted or unsupported for the way they choose to financially support their families. I respectfully urge the committee to pass SB 3335, aligning with the majority of Hawaii voters' desire and offering a pathway to guarantee public safety while generating substantial revenue for the state that is otherwise currently funding illicit entities in our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Michael Medeiros. After Mr. Medeiros is David Corona. Please proceed, sir.
Aloha, chairs and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 3335. My name is Michael Medeiros. I am native Hawaiian, raised in Hilo, Hawaii. I have lived in California, Colorado, and have seen positive benefits that cannabis can have on our community. When I moved back to Hawaii from Colorado, I was excited to become a part of the positive change for Hawaii. Cannabis has had such a positive impact on my life. It helped me when I didn't want to rely on opiates for pain relief, and still to this day help me cope with regular pain. I firmly believe that adults deserve the right to decide whether they can use cannabis without fear of judgment or imprisonment. In addition to the personal benefits, the measure would establish a tax revenue stream for the state that has the potential to generate roughly over $30 million per year and of initial sales and over $100 million per year when the industry fully matures. Money much needed for roads and school repairs as we are majorly behind, especially on the Big Island. Bridges falling apart, for years now. Cannabis is already being bought and sold in the islands through criminal underground transactions. SB 3335 would address this by regulating and taxing the cannabis industry. This measurement provides for strong enforcement that would reduce risks of illicit sales and exposure for Hawaii keikis and the public. I respectfully urge the committees to pass SB 3335 to safeguard the public, support the majority of Hawaii's voters' desire to allow for adult use, and establish a new tax revenue stream that is now being lost to the illicit market. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from David Corona. After Mr. Corona is Jason Hanley.
Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am opposed to the Senate Bill 3335, SD2 in its current form. And I had some stuff to talk here, but I want to get a little personal here. And you mentioned earlier about you had children, and Mr. Alm here made a comment about children. We all want to be like our parents, we hope, maybe as role models. My parents smoked, therefore I smoked. My parents had alcohol in the house, therefore I drank their alcohol. When I went to school, I smoked cigarettes, and I went and hung out with the guys that smoked cigarettes off campus, because I'm from the mainland, that's what we did it. And led into me smoking marijuana. Then it led me into doing cocaine. It led me into doing shrooms, doing LSD, doing other drugs. And then what did I do? I started stealing because I didn't have the money to support my habit. So, I believe in the medical aspects of marijuana, and I believe it does great things. And that's controlled. What I don't believe in is that I'm going to do what my parents do. If my parents bring the marijuana in the house, and I'm a child, I'm going to see it, I'm going to use it, and that's what's going to happen. And then I also believe in laws. We have laws in place for a reason. If we can't maintain the laws that we have, we can't sit there and just change the laws because it's inconvenient at the time. And that's kind of what I feel in this and other laws that we have in this state, but this one in particular. So I just want you to consider that it's not just the revenue aspect of it. It's the child in the home that sees their parents smoking the weed, and then the child wants to experiment and does it, and it does lead to other. I'm proof of it. I lived out there, and it ruined me. My daughter, we don't drink anymore. We don't smoke in the house. My daughter doesn't smoke. My daughter doesn't drink. So I believe that we set the foundation correctly, then our children are going to succeed. Legalizing marijuana is not the way to do it, and I urge you to reconsider and not push this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jason Hanley. After Mr. Hanley is Justin Paiva.
Aloha, legislators. Don't even know where to start. There's a lot of opinions in here, and I think we're all looking.
Got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware of that. At least, but I'm sure only gives us one, so I'm stoked. We're looking for the answers here, and there's a lot of people that are for and against cannabis, and I'll just start with my little spiel. My name is Jason Hanley, I'm the owner of Karawailu Medical Cannabis Farm and the president of the Oahu Cannabis Farm Alliance. We oppose this legalization. The bill is a replicate from Massachusetts. The Massachusetts legalization program is one of the biggest failures in the United States. Its regulatory authority is plagued with corruption. Small businesses cannot operate, which is our illicit legacy market that everybody keeps talking bad about it. A single farm license costing a person over $300,000 to operate is just not going to happen for our local growers. And on top of that, large multi-billionaire businesses such as Verano, Curaleaf dominate the legal market in Massachusetts. It's done. They're colonized, guys. It's over with. The DOH at the lead of this legalization policy are understaffed and not up to date with current data science and sound policy. The only people that are at the table deciding these legalization policies with DOH are the dispensaries outside of legislation. This will be the ultimate failure of any legalization bill. The medical community and its program itself are in chaos right now with federal raids, et cetera. We need proper medical regulations for medical collectives. Legalization will not do this. The illicit market, which people say is unsafe, are our local growers, you guys. This is everybody that lives here and has been growing for 30, 40 years, and they just want to do the right thing, be licensed, and get people great medicine. It doesn't have to come out of a dispensary. It really doesn't. No state as of 2024 has pulled off a successful legalization program because they rushed into legalization and didn't build their medical program. The state of Maine has come the closest, and now their medical program is supported by law enforcement, and those people who used to be reefer madness and hated cannabis are now coming together as communities to support those people who truly need cannabis to live a healthy life. If Hawaii takes its time, it can be the first successful local-owned medical cannabis program, putting us ahead of the mainland, but it must reinvent the medical program and move cautiously with the support of communities, all of us in here, and law enforcement. It can be done. Hawaii is famous for cannabis, and it can be famous for a world-renowned cannabis program.
Thank you.
That
Please
others
just
can learn
summarize.
from. Aloha.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Justin Paiva, followed by Earl Everett.
Aloha, esteemed chairs and community members. My name is Justin Paiva from the District of Puna on the Big Island, and I stand in strong support of SB 3335. SB 3335 is a lifeline for our residents, like a dear friend of mine who surpassed her given life expectancy, battling cancer, as well as many other residents here in Hawaii. SB 335 opens the power of this plan to the residents of Hawaii, not just to the privileged few that qualify for Hawaii's medical cannabis card. With 80% voter support, it regulates and taxes the industry, could virtually eradicate the black market, and generates close to $40 million annually. As the market matures, projections show growth to more than $100 million. Regulatory inaction risks public safety, but SB 3335 streamlines operations, promotes safety for our communities in Keiki, creates jobs while aligning with the potential federal changes, guiding us towards a future of compassion. We must dispel the outdated ideology of reefer madness. We must move beyond fear and misinformation to embrace evidence-based policies. Please champion behind SB 3335, be the architects of change, forge a path towards a more inclusive state of Hawaii for all of our residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Earl Everett, followed by Catherine Kupuka'a.
Good afternoon, Gates, Chair Gates and Chair Tarnas. Appreciate the time to testify on this bill today. My name is Earl Everett. I'm a senior parole officer, and I stand on my report that was submitted on behalf. I echo what everyone here has said in regards to the opposition of their strong opposition to this bill, SB 3335 SD2. In addition to that, you know, as a parole officer, we see a lot of good things, but we also see a lot of bad things. And I think what this bill takes out of perspective is that marijuana, especially synthetic marijuana, is a mind-altering substance that comes with a lot of negative consequences. In the past 5 years, you know, just to mention 3 incidents that happened that really impacted not only the individual, but families and community at large. There was one incident where a parolee suffering from psychosis due to mind-altering drugs shot a police officer in Waianae, hiding in a closet. There was another incident in Mililani where the officer, the parolee was suffering from psychosis and actually approached a vehicle, tried to use a cell phone in Mililani, and when the guy refused, shot him, took the car, and left. And then lastly, just recently, as of 6 months ago, we had one person that went back that was suffering from psychosis that assaulted the captain at Halawa Correctional Facility. So really, we also got to see the victims in this case. Secondly, legalizing marijuana will really create barriers for parole officers in the control and custody and community corrections of offenders in the community, especially when they relapse. And thirdly, this bill will create the new sanctuary city. Hawaii will become the new sanctuary city with all the problems that our counterparts on the mainland are experiencing today. And I don't think, personally and professionally, that's something we want here in Hawaii. So, let's keep Hawaii and vote no to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Catherine Kupuka'a. After Ms. Kupuka'a is Calvin Chinen. Please proceed, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairs Tarnas and Gates. My name is Catherine Kupuka'a. My opposition to this bill, SB 335 SD2, it provides no benefit to our community regarding health, welfare, and safety, but the negative impact is great. Please do the right thing and do not pass this bill. Law enforcement from the Hawaii Islands, Honolulu prosecutor Steve Alm, are in opposition to this bill. I've heard testimonies from highly respected medical doctors, professors, and an official from New Zealand speak about the individual's health, not only in adults, but especially children, will be impaired mentally as well as physically. Please, I urge you to use wisdom and learn from other communities that now acknowledge legalization of recreational use of marijuana was a huge mistake. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concern.
Thank you very much. Next testimony is from Calvin Chinen. After Mr. Chinen is Lokahi Koki.
Hi, hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing this time to meet with all of you. I stand against this SB 3335 SD2. Let's say we pass it. Say you all pass it, it goes to the next committee, and it becomes law. I grew up in Kaneohe. I live there now, spend all my time there. I can just imagine we're going to have a lot more pot shops along Kamehameha Highway. We have vaping shops already. We're probably going to have more. We're probably going to have more guys that's just going to be saying, hey, I can make $1 now and grow it in my backyard and start selling. I wonder what's going to happen to our youth. What's going to happen to the King Intermediate students that are walking down Kamehameha Highway, past all these shops? What's going to happen when they get their first hit of not the same kind of marijuana that was prevalent when we were growing up, but it's so much more potent. I don't know what's going to happen to the high school students, where vaping is already an issue. And as a young man at Castle High School, when so many of your friends are already vaping, how much more easy is it going to be? You say, no, but we're going to regulate it. Well, we're regulating it now, with the medical marijuana. And I've appreciated this hearing because it's helped me to hear the other side, and I can understand where they come from. I appreciate they want to be law-abiding citizens, and I appreciate that. However, I do think that these voices are like sirens calling out to Odysseus to take his ship into these rocks. I think the wisdom of Searchy, as given by all of the mayors of every island, of all of our police officers, of Steve Alm and so many others, are crying out for wisdom to resist the cry of the sirens that seems so appealing.
Please summarize.
So I urge you, especially on behalf of our young people, don't do it. You know, individuals, youth, and families will be destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next testimony from Lokahi Koki. After Lokahi Koki is Joy Chinen.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Lokahi Koki. I'm a resident of the Waianae community, and I stand in opposition to this bill. And though I stand a big man, I want to represent the little guy today. As a husband and a father and as a contributing community member, my family and I have recently come alongside Councilmember Tupola's Restore, Reconnect, and Revive program that provides resources for the homeless living on the Waianae Coast. And beyond that resource, this is just one of the ways that we as community members can offer hope to those who are struggling in our community. It was just last Wednesday that my son and I handed out this very flyer to the homeless living on Maili Beach. We met two gentlemen who were in their late 20s. They were high and under the influence of drugs. Initially, they're very cautious of us being there, but after they realized that we were offering them something good, they let down their guards and they were open to what we had to share. And it was really, for these two men, a glimpse of hope. If this bill is passed, the promises and the words that are written on this bill would never reach these two gentlemen. But instead, do you know what will reach them? A bag of marijuana and a message from the government saying that drugs is now the answer, and that drugs has always been the answer, and it's been the missing piece that we needed in order for the people of Hawaii to thrive, and that now you can put your hope in dope. Is this the best that we can offer? Is this the best that we can do together? If this bill is passed, those two gentlemen on the beach are gonna lose. My family and I are gonna lose. Those who live in my community will lose. We will lose because drugs is not the answer. It's never been the answer or the hope for the people in our community or for the people of Hawaii. Truly, there is no hope in dope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next testimony is from Joy Chinen. After Joy Chinen is Ian Correa.
All right, aloha. First of all, I want to say thank you for serving our beautiful state. There's nowhere else in the world like Hawaii, and we're so fortunate. But I am in strong opposition to this bill. You know, I Googled where is marijuana legal, and the list is 25 states and Guam. Therefore, 26 places. I read, you know, what and where is legal. It's mind-boggling. I don't know what we're gonna say if we do legalize this. They were saying only 4 to 6 plants, cannot consume in public, only age 21 and above, cannot grow it at home, can only grow 6 plants at home, but only 3 can be mature at a time. That's kind of crazy. How are our law enforcement officers going to do this? Even our own Joe Logan said this is a bad idea. Our officers have enough on their hands with gaming rooms. We have one down the street from us, and they cannot do anything. We have traffic accidents, we have gun violence, we have homeless issues. Please don't legalize this drug in our Hawaii. I'm so concerned for our children. We have 8 grandchildren, and we want them to be successful in school. We want them to be safe, and we want them to be thriving in their families. And I want this for all the keiki in Hawaii. So I ask you, please, please don't do this. We want to keep our aloha in Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testimony from Ian Correa. After Ian Correa is Jesse Rapun.
Aloha, my name is Ian Correa. I am a student at the University of Hawaii, majoring in kinesiology. I am in strong support of Bill SB 335, and I'd like to add my concerns that have been made today about public safety along with the safety of our keiki. We see how other substances like tobacco, nicotine, or even alcohol have been legalized and have been for a while. But we don't see any concerns with this false idea that it's okay and is safe for us to use. That just isn't the same case with marijuana being legalized. I'd also like to add that our kupuna here in Hawaii have been using marijuana to treat themselves for years now. My personal example from my grandmother, a 68-year-old woman who has had knee replacement surgery and years of back pain, uses marijuana to treat herself as, a way to ease the pain and, make her life a little bit easier. But it's not just about her. Kupuna all throughout Hawaii are in need of marijuana and may not have the proper credentials to use it. I'd also like to add, legalizing marijuana here in Hawaii makes weed a lot safer to use. It puts it through a rigorous checking system, making sure that it isn't laced with fentanyl, which we all know is a rising epidemic. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to support this bill, and I urge you that you support it for all of Hawaii.
Thank you very much. The next testifier is Jesse Rapoon. After Jesse Rapoon is Jen Flanagan. Jesse Rapoon.
Aloha, yeah. Aloha, my name is Jesse Rapoon. I'm a student at the University of Hawaii. I'm strongly opposed to passing a bill, SB 3335. I came here today to provide my view as an 18-year-old student fresh out of Castle High School who grew up in the Kaneohe area. And in my short 18 years of life, I personally have very sadly seen 2 close friends and classmates pass away in car accidents caused by the usage of cannabis, such as alcohol and marijuana. On top of this, I've seen countless other students whose lives have just been ruined from addictions that started from just simple experimentation. And a man who spoke a few turns before me said it beautifully. On Kamehameha Highway, there will be shops that will affect the King and Castle students. And from my experience, I just think that the best thing for our youth is to keep the number of drugs at a minimum in our community as possible. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. Jen Flanagan's next. After Jen Flanagan is Bill Hicks.
Chairs, vice chairs, and committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify before you today in favor of SB 3335. My name is Jennifer Flanagan. I'm a former Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commissioner holding the public health seat, a former state senator and state representative in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. As one of the 5 inaugural commissioners, it was our responsibility to create the regulatory agency and stand up the legalized cannabis market, while at the same time ensuring that taxpayer dollars were spent efficiently. Originally, I voted against cannabis legalization in Massachusetts. However, throughout my work at the commission, I now understand the importance of a legalized and regulated market and its value to the state's economy. I commend Hawaii on its due diligence in exploring legalized cannabis and providing policies and programs that allow regulators to be nimble in their work and create rules that fit with your state. Reasonable policies and programs will lead to greater business participation and implementation moving forward. We worked hard in Massachusetts to strike the right balance between statutory requirements and regulatory opportunity, and we relied on states that legalized before us to help us achieve our goal. Hawaii is in a unique position to implement the adult use program within the Office of Cannabis Control at the onset, utilizing existing resources and staff available. I wish we had this available to us in Massachusetts during the early days of adult use legalization, as it would have provided greater efficiencies while we drafted the initial rules and created our programming. However, with available resources and staff, Hawaii will be able to implement an effective program with a relatively low initial cost and the expertise of staff currently operating the medical program. The legalization of adult use cannabis can be an opportunity to provide safe, tested products for consumers, revenue collection for state, and additional funding for the many of the programs residents rely on daily. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Department of Agriculture, Director Sharon Hurd.
Good
Afternoon, Chairs Tarnas and Gates, Vice Chairs, and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture, and I, of course, stand in strong support of the testimony we submitted, but a little bit of a different perspective. My testimony has to do with cannabis and hemp as a plant. We strongly support the one plant approach, pointing out that the Department of Agriculture regulates the production of hemp. The USDA is actually overseeing the cultivation of hemp in the state, and the department advocates for industrial hemp and leaves it to the experts to regulate for the cannabinoid sector of hemp. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testimony is from Bill Hicks. After Bill Hicks is Mei Fui Maono Poi. Bill Hicks. On Zoom.
Aloha, Chairs Tarnas and Gates. For every legislator who has regularly taken positions in support of public health and public safety, I urge consistency. For the sake of public health and safety, do not legalize the recreational use of marijuana. The written testimony you have already received from numerous government agencies is crystal clear that legalizing the recreational use of marijuana would be harmful to public health and safety. Marijuana use leads to an increase in psychotic disorders, an increase in suicidal behavior. During pregnancy, it adversely affects babies and then children after birth. Adversely impacts brain development in young adults. Poses additional safety hazards on roadways, in industrial activities, and in healthcare settings. Hawaii does not possess the infrastructure to cope with the additional strain that increased use of marijuana will clearly create. Have we lost our way? Historically, government is on the side of preventing or trying to cure drug abuse, not enabling it. Look how hard it has been to combat tobacco and alcohol abuse. Why let the genie out of the bottle and worsen marijuana abuse? Just say no to legalizing marijuana. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, Mui Fui Maono Poi. After that, Daintree Bartoldas.
Aloha, Chair Tarnas and Chair Gates and members. My name is Mei Fui Maono Po. I am a family nurse practitioner and a certifying provider for medical cannabis use in our state. I am 100% pro-cannabis, but I am here today to stand in opposition to this bill. My written testimony really covers some of the unintended consequences that this bill will cause for our medical patients, but one of the biggest concerns that I have is in the regulation. And hearing all this talk today about regulating the illicit market, who is the illicit market? The illicit market is currently medical cannabis patients who are growing for themselves and their families. This law would strip a lot of their current growing rights and turn them into criminals overnight. I'm also concerned about the cost of law enforcement for this bill, specifically when it comes to the DUI and the blood quantum. I know that I've brought this up before. I'm glad that they changed it from 10 nanograms per milliliter instead of 5, but how are they gonna do it? Are they gonna be doing field sticks? Are they gonna bring them to the ER? Our ERs, if you have ever been to Queens, we're incredibly backed up. So I just really think that overall regulation, especially when it comes to law enforcement, is gonna be incredibly expensive. I think the original appropriations of $47 million is grossly underestimating the cost of enforcement when it comes to training and also buying equipment. And I just wanted you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Daintree Bartoldas, followed by Wendy Gibson Viviani. Sorry, Daintry, I didn't know you wanted to testify.
That's okay. Thank you. Daintry Bartolos, Executive Director for the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. We're here to provide comments, and we're addressing only one part of this bill, and that is the legalization of flavored cannabis that could be smoked or vaped that we're strongly opposing. We know that we're hearing from the Department of Health that flavored products are really geared toward youth. We heard that about e-cigarettes, alcohol. A parent the other night told me she was walking across the park in Eva Beach, and her son, who's 14 years old with autism, was walking by. He started saying, cotton candy, and going toward this group of kids, one high school student and some middle school students, and they're smoking something from a vape that smelled like cotton candy. And they're like, oh, you want to try? And she got there, no, don't. So we're just asking that if this bill should go through, to please not legalize any substance that could be flavored and be smoked or vaped. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Wendy Gibson Viviani, followed by Alan Cardenas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this bill. My name is Wendy Gibson Viviani. I'm a cannabis nurse and medical cannabis patient advocate. I was a member of Hawaii's Dual Use of Cannabis Task Force back in 2022. And while I support adult use legalization, because the main purpose is to stop criminalizing people who use cannabis, I cannot support this bill until many changes are made. There's at least 4 parts in this bill that could harm medical cannabis patients. The first is a proposal to use drug testing of THC levels to determine if a person is driving impaired. The second is an open container law. The third is possible criminalization of patients by setting a 5-card limit on cooperative grow sites. And the last is a proposal to get rid of current patient protections in the matters of child custody, school enrollment, housing, and organ transplants. Now, as a cannabis nurse, all of these proposals are very disturbing to me because I want to protect our more than 32,000 patients from being recriminalized. Let me tell you what the experts say about the proposed drug testing of the THC levels to determine if a person is driving impaired. Experts from the Department of Transportation say that it is not possible to conclude anything about a driver's impairment based on THC levels in the blood. An expert from the Department of Justice warns that states may need to get away from that idea that marijuana impairment can be tested based on the concentration of THC in a person's system. So using this test, a sober medical cannabis patient could be criminalized while an impaired driver could walk free. So please listen to what the experts are saying now, because the penalties for driving while intoxicated are extremely high. So the second proposal, the open container law, just want you to know that some...
You could please summarize, ma'am? Please summarize.
Okay. So anyway, please don't criminalize patients. I need you to consider removing the THC drug testing, the open container laws, the removal of the patient protections, and the ability to grow their own medicines. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Certainly. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Alan Cardenas, followed by Ron Yoshida.
Chairman Tarnis and Chairman Gates, I was asked this morning by...
Are you Alan Cardenas?
No, I was asked by Alan...
Hold on a second. Alan Cardenas is on Zoom? Not present. Okay.
Yeah. If it's okay for me to testify on his behalf, all behalf.
Oh, okay. And your name?
My name is Mano Lion. I'm the founder and president of God Forgive Bad Boys and Bad Girls. And basically, I don't have a paper in front of me, but I just want to share, because I share from experience, Chairman, is that at the age of 10, I started smoking marijuana. And the reason why I smoked marijuana, as I look back, it was because it was in my environment. I was influenced by what I know. And what happened in life, as I continued to smoke marijuana, it opened a gateway for me to experiment with other drugs. And what happened was, from the age of 10 to 18, I started to endeavor on criminal things, and I ended up getting locked up from the age of 18 to the age of 26 years. I got locked up. It took me to a place of violence, and the reason why I share this is because I'm utilizing my life today from the experience from marijuana use at the age of 10 to now, right? And what I'm saying is that currently, as we go into the community and speak specifically to the youth, and not just any youth, we speak into the youth that are hard-headed, that are fatherless, that are foster, that is on the streets. And our main message for the youth today is about drug use. That's one of the first questions I ask the youth when I see them, is if they're smoking marijuana, and 98% of the time they say yes. And so I share this because the message is going to change, because we not only speak to the youth, we speak to the prisoners, we speak to the homeless, we speak into after-school programs, we speak to many, many different arenas about drug use. And so if the bill gets passes, and I have no control over that, but I want to speak by experience and testify about it, that it changes our message. It actually makes it challenging, more challenging for us to help the youth and the prisoners and the homeless to get out of the position they're in. And so this is the summary that I wanted to share. And I gotta share this, is that if this bill gets passes, a lot of us not gonna be around here to see what's gonna happen. And the thing is, I'm gonna finish it. The thing is that when I say that, that's mean our children and our children's children. If we are okay with them smoking marijuana, and if you're okay with the outcome of passing this bill and having that down the line, then so be it. But also, if you guys are gonna pass this bill, we should work closely together on how we can prepare for the children who won't get mixed up and caught up with all this. Thank you for letting me share.
Certainly, thank you very much. Before I go on to the next testifier, if anyone here or in the hallway is listening, wants to testify, our staff is going to ask you to sign up, because then we're wrapping up. We're down to the last couple testifiers, and that's it. So, Jeannie, if you could bring a paper over here. No, it'll be out. She'll bring the paper, and she'll have it over here. If you could sign up there to testify, because we're getting down to the last few testifiers. I think they're going out. If you just step outside the door, Janine, then those who want to testify, please sign up. Okay, let's move on to the next testifier, Ron Yoshida on Zoom. Please proceed. Ron Yoshida.
Aloha legislators. My name is Ron Yoshida. I stand on my testimony in opposition to this bill. As a former state certified substance abuse counselor working with adolescents, I definitely have seen the detriment of the use of marijuana, and that marijuana is a gateway drug. In a recent article by Psychology Today, it states that a recent research article sought to examine whether the use of marijuana really produced reduction in opioid use. It used a large data set from a well-established national survey. The overall results suggested that marijuana use actually significantly and substantially increased the odds that a person would misuse opioid medication after using marijuana. This large study, published in a respected psychiatric journal, was used in some recent articles to remind us of the gateway theory of marijuana use, which I think deserves some thought. That's from Psychology Today, and I witnessed it firsthand for 15 years as a substance abuse counselor working in the high schools, that kids started with marijuana, and many of the testimonies that you heard affirm this. So thank you for this opportunity to testify, and thank you for all your hard work in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshida. Next on Zoom, we have Michael Goloich Jr. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Michael Goloy Jr. I'm testifying in my individual capacity. What I'm about to say does not represent any of the organizations that you may know me through. I want to thank Wendy for her testimony. I am in 100% support of legalizing marijuana here in the state.
Go
The
ahead.
reality comes down to it is that we have a judicial system that is two-tiered for the haves and the have-nots. And by having marijuana as a illegal drug, does a disservice to those that have-nots. And so there's a lot of great things that can come out of from legalizing marijuana if it's done the right way. And I encourage you to listen to what Wendy had to say about protecting the medical program and those that need marijuana as for their health benefits, because it does have a lot of health benefits. I do want to remind you all, for those of you that aren't old enough, about the green burns that we had back in the 80s and 90s and what that led to. And that led to the ice scourge on our island, and rampant throughout our state. So I encourage you all that we do need to legalize it. We need to legalize it the right way and protect our medical program. So I encourage you to pass a version of this bill to make sure that we do that. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Shelby Billionaire on Zoom. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming. I am pro 420. I support the bill. But as you can tell, we have a difference between non-smokers and smokers. What you're talking about, Colorado, LA, you cannot control the black market like Gene Ward said. We're losing in customs, immigration, smuggling. You're going to have big money like Vegas money. They already outdo you. $100 ounce weeds. It's a $149 here at Aloha Green. You have all kind of products, gummies, mushrooms, shakes, and people are buying this stuff, like I said, on the black market from California, LA, Vegas, Alaska. You guys can't stop it. And what Cedric said earlier about safeguards and regulations. You need Hawaiians to regulate the Hawaiian Islands. And if you can't roll a blunt, you can't roll a joint, you're not going to get past Big Island because everyone got loaded with guns. Now we're talking about big money, billions of dollars, and how are you going to exchange it? How are you going to control customs, import, exports? We do what we do with Bitcoin and crypto, and we're already off the grid. So when you're trying to regulate, if you can't regulate me, you can't regulate Big Island, you can't regulate Molokai, you guys are going to have way more issues than me, and people are just trying to get high. And here's the difference. There's sativa, which is the mental high, and there's indica in the couch. If you have to work a stressful job, you're doing sativa. You're not doing in the couch, that's after construction. So you're talking about the medicinal benefits. You have to know what you're talking about. You need a 420 weed connoisseur to tell you what's the soil from, what's the pH balance. Is that sativa? Is that indica? Is that from Thailand? Is that from California? Is that orange tree, blue tree? You have to know and be an expert on this, not just make some stupid advisory board. And you have to know, because they might cheat. You're going to have a whole bunch of plants, a whole bunch of products come from other countries. They're going to LLC. They're going to have some business or corporation or trust in Delaware, Wyoming, or Vegas, because then you can't go to the board. You guys got to learn how to understand the game, play the game, and figure it out. Because the problem sucks is Customs Border Patrol. They're bringing in all this stuff and we can't control it. So I know you guys are smart enough to think about it, work about it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kalani S. Kalani? If you could please introduce yourself. I couldn't read your last name.
Sorry about that. I was writing on somebody else's back. Hi, my name is Shane Kalani Arthur. I'm the Director of Teen Challenge, Adult and Teen Challenge of the Hawaiian Islands. Originally from the Big Island, graduated from Pohoa High School, now reside here in town and on the west side of this island, on the beautiful west side. And I'm also sit as a chair and the vice president of God Forgives Bad Boys and Bad Girls. I also do a lot of prison ministry and work with the community and the youth. And so what I've seen over the years, I've been with Adult Teen Challenge, which is established in 1968. We have a men's home. It's a drug program. We target incarcerated and people who are coming off of drugs. And what I've seen over the years is almost 100%. I want to say 100%. More like 98% of the people who come through the program have marijuana use. And it's not just it hasn't just been a gateway, but it's been a bridge. It's something that they've used as a child, as they're getting older, and we're seeing more people come in with mental issues from it because the THC content is high. Personally, on a personal level, my daughter went through the Job Corps when she came over here from the Big Island, and in the Job Corps, they were smoking. Somebody brought out some marijuana they had. They smoked it. It sent her into a psychosis. She ended up in the mental hospital, and we had to work with her to get her out of that as a parent. And for me, I'll say this. For me to stand here and be opposed to the bill is really a testimony because in 1998, I got arrested for commercial promotion of marijuana and promoting a detrimental drug. It sent me into the incarceration system, and I was so pro-marijuana coming from where I was. And then going through the system and seeing what it was, changing my life and realizing the lies of it because it was a gateway. There's a lot of illegal activities that goes on, home invasions, gambling, you name it, they're doing it. And so right now, we have not seen the fentanyl wave yet. I just came from Portland, Oregon, where they decriminalized drugs, went up into Washington. I travel a lot, and I've seen the effects of what is going on. And we have not seen the fentanyl wave. You think you have not. There's a study out that a 737 jet full of people every minute is dying from fentanyl in the United States.
You could summarize,
Yes,
please.
and so I know that when it does come here, that it's going to be put into different things. We're going to see it, and marijuana is going to be one of it, because somebody's going to have a great idea to do it, and we're going to see that happen with our kids, with our family, with our adults. So I strongly oppose it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Tala Talamoa. After Mr. Talamoa is James Masumoto.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tala Talamoa. I'm from West Side, in Maili, and I'm an overseer of our sobriety home program. I'm also a leader for our NSW, which is our Neighborhood Security Watch in Maili. I'm also on the board, for God Forgives Bad Boys and Bad Girls. But I'm here to oppose. I'm strongly opposed to this bill because of, in the behalf of our, myself and the West Side, we are tired. We are so tired of what is going on in the West Side with all the shooting, with all the stabbing and everything that's going on with our youth and our community, and we tired of it. And this is one of the problems. I hear about medical, it helps medical, and I hear about making money and stuff like that, but, as we know, yes, it only can help some pain in medical. It's just like, all the pills that they presented, but still have, side effects, but we have to understand when this is come illegal, the effect that's going to bring in our community is going to be chaos, especially in West Side. And I'm just asking, Centric, Gage, you have to rethink about this bill. You from that side especially, and our community don't need this. And our community is strongly, mostly, the majority of our community is against this bill. And I'm here today, to say that you guys sitting here, we out there in our community. We in and out, every week, outreach, looking at our homeless. They say this gonna create a lot of job. I don't think so. In this generation that is coming right now, nobody like works nowadays. Nobody gonna like works, and that's the truth. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much. Next, James Masumoto, followed by Marion Logan.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of our legislature. My name is James Masumoto. I've been pastoring a church out in the Waianae Coast for over 20 years. I myself came from a criminal background. Both my wife and I came out of prison over 26 years ago. I did 3 prison terms, and I can testify on my own behalf, marijuana was the start. And we work with families and a lot of youth, and we work with a lot of families that are coming out of the CPS system, homeless system, and a lot of the families, what we notice is if drugs is eliminated out of the house, there's 100% chance for change. Trying to get the drugs, the concept that it's okay, out of the mindset is difficult, but it's possible. We believe through God and through faith, and we've seen the positive consequences of families that, stop using drugs. And so, I really believe that saying it's okay is going to be detrimental for, generations, generations. And so I'm here just to testify, not only on behalf of our church, just individually. I know what it did in my life, and I know, what I've seen as a pastor on our coast for over 20 years. And so I oppose it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, Marvin Logan. Sorry, I couldn't read it.
Marion.
Marion
Sorry
Logan.
about my handwriting.
And after Marion Logan is Jody Keaulana. Please proceed.
Aloha, members of the committee. I want to say up front, I stand in opposition. For me, the issue is not legalization of recreational use. It is the commercialization of THC. As it's been said before, you've worked diligently to reduce mental health issues, homelessness, all of these issues that you tirelessly work for. Legalizing this will reverse your work. Because of commercialization, what will happen is commercialization will resort to commercialized ways. Streamline marketing, markets to youth. We've not solved the problem for vaping. The goal of commercialization is mass production of the active ingredient. So the potency of THC products, excess of upwards of 90%. Why is this even accessible when we talk about regulation? In Colorado, there are more marijuana stores than there are McDonald's and Starbucks combined. Do we want more of this? In legalized states, marijuana stores are highly concentrated in economically disadvantaged communities. Again, do we want to reverse the effects of all of the hard work that you've been doing? The social costs will cost the state while lining the pockets of wealthy landowners. We all know how much Hawaii loves wealthy landowners. At the very least, let's wait on a federal program that, one, determines public safe amount of THC. This hasn't been researched. And two, regulates THC in the same manner as alcohol and tobacco. There are no regulations. There's no reason that we need to streamline something and be at the forefront of something that we don't know how much the social costs will outweigh the benefits. Much appreciated. Thank you today.
Thank you very much. Next, Jody K. Aulana, followed by...
Hello, everybody. My name is Jody Kealana. As you may know, I'm a daughter of Buffalo Kealana, legendary surfer. But so I just want to say, a drug is a drug, right? Doesn't matter if it's marijuana, crystal meth, you know. So I speaking from experience, yeah. 44 years of my life was doomed by drugs, and it all started with marijuana because my dad smoked it, and I found it, and I tried it. And that was the gateway to all the drug and my criminal activities in life, you know. So, Cedric, come on, man.
Please.
We get enough of mental challenged people down there on drugs, and it all starts with the marijuana. We don't need more of that around, you know. So I oppose the bill.
Thank you very much. Next, somebody stringent from Teen Challenge. Couldn't read your first name.
My name is Ali Hilani Stringer. Aloha, guys. Today I'm here. I'm a student currently in Teen Challenge, adult in Teen Challenge of the Hawaiian Islands, and I represent opposing legalizing marijuana. And so I just wanted to share my testimony, what the choice of marijuana did for me as a child. I was 14 years old when I began smoking, and I went to Kamehameha School since I was in kindergarten. And it was at the 10th grade I got kicked out for smoking marijuana. And so from there, I went to a public school, Konawaina, and didn't go to school. And after my marijuana habit continued, it grew into smoking methamphetamine. And so that's why I'm here today. But from there, I went to prison. I did 7 years, and it was just a life of corruption and causing those around me to also be corrupted also. So this was while marijuana was illegal. If the thing is legal now, that much more access will the children that are coming will have toward that. And so I am against it, and I just pray and hope that you guys can see that and understand for the youth that is coming up after me. And as I'm 36 years old, and so, yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Kane Felix, followed by Saipele Shiatani.
Yes, I also oppose the SB 3335. Also, same thing with Alihi. I started with marijuana, and marijuana led to other drugs. It led to methamphetamine. It led to crime. It led to prison. So I oppose marijuana because it's not a good thing for it to be legalized. So I'm from California, and I've seen what legalizing marijuana is. In California, you can see a dispensary in every corner, just about. So that brings more crime. It brings more violence, more destruction. So I oppose marijuana. I don't want to see this beautiful state of Hawaii be destroyed by legalizing marijuana.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Shiatani, followed by Mr. Mandris.
Hello, guys. My name is Saipele Shiatini, and I'm from the Teen Challenge of the Hawaiian Islands. I too oppose this bill, SB 3335. I stand in agree that this bill does damage. My life was one of those lives that was damaged from drugs, especially marijuana. Growing up in a life without a parent, you know, what I know is only people that do drugs, the people that do marijuana. I was locked up for quite some time. And because of marijuana, because of my drug addict, because I'm starting from marijuana, I know that it's not a good thing to do. I used to be proactive for marijuana. I used to stand for it. I used to say, let's go get it. But now I'm against it because it's not right. And I hope and I pray that you guys will see that it's not right. It's something that to look deeply within you. And I hope and I pray that you guys see that the lives that has been damaged from marijuana, and you see that that pill is no good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jason Mandris, and then Jose Barboza.
I'm Jason Manchigues, representing Teen Challenge. I'm against this bill because for 3 years I was for smoking marijuana. Now I'm against it. Back home on my island, we have people grinding. We have dispensaries. I got sober off of it because I don't want my family or any more of my relatives following in my footsteps. Like I said, I'm against this bill. Have it in your guys' heart to put a stop to this, please.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Barboza, followed by Stella Romo.
Hey, how's it? Yeah, I just want to, I'm not a resident from Hawaii, but I've been a resident for 6 months, so I'm from California, and so, I just felt, just coming here to Hawaii, something that I've noticed is I felt the peace and just being able to walk around comfortably and things like that, and just a testimony on just legalizing marijuana. Growing up in California, that was marijuana was like the gateway to the start of my destruction in my life, right? And then started leading off to meth, and then after that I got jumped into gangs, and so and so the reason why I say this is because I had friends who had marijuana shops, and I had in just being around the criminal activity that comes with that, the people that got hurt, because you guys can pass a law, but the reality is you guys won't see the things that go on beyond that. There's things that happen, there's people that get hurt, there's, and I'm speaking on behalf of the youth and on behalf of our church family that just keep this place, how Hawaii is, and just peaceful and the way it should be. But I don't think it would be a good idea for to pass this law, and so yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stella Romo, followed by Francis Apilando.
Hi, my name is Stella Romo, and I too am from the West Side. Me and my husband pastor a church out there in the West Side, and we continue to go out, and we go out in the streets, and we go to the homeless, and we go out there, and we see so many things going on. We see these people. We even have a men's home and a women's home that, they come in the same way they come in, started with drugs, and we're just constantly helping them to turn their lives around. And we recognize that we oppose this bill because we see that the turmoil that's going to take place, because all these things that are our children, we see that, everything it's just going to go wild. I mean, we see all the brokenness, we're going to see the more mental health, the more just all these things that are taking place. We just got to put a stop to it, because we need now, we see it now already. How much worse is it going to be if we legalize this and we continue to just do it? But I just want to oppose this because we think that it's the best thing.
Thank you very much. Next, Francis Apilando, followed by Lehua Roku.
Hello, my name is Francis Apilando. I too attended the Kamehameha schools, and I got kicked out of boarding for smoking paka lolo. One thing I want to make sure is that don't use the word kupuna to legalize your marijuana bill. The kupuna have their own la'au lapa'au for their medicinal healing, like mamaki, keko'olau, and puakala. They do not need pakalolo. So don't stop using kupuna and throwing it out there, because they have enough wisdom to use their own la'au lapa'au for medicinal purposes. Thank you. I lost a daughter in a car accident because her father was under the influence of pakalolo, and they died. So do not let money supersede the safety of your children and grandchildren. Until it happens in your own family and somebody dies or passes away, cannot coulda, woulda, shoulda, because it's too late. So don't let the almighty dollar supersede the safety of your family. All these CEOs here are making a pretty penny. And so money will supersede the safety and the traditional laws that govern our United States of America. It is the love of money. It's not money, but the love of money. They're all making good money. But the reality is, you saw all these children. Marijuana ruined their lives. How much more evidence do we need? It ruined my life. But I've transformed. I had the medical marijuana card. I could grow 10 plants. You know what all of them do out there? They grow the plants, and they turn around, use the money, go buy ice. That's what they do.
Excuse
They
me,
use
please keep your comments to yourself, and if you could wrap up, please.
They use the marijuana money to buy crystal methamphetamine. We work with the Restore and Revive program with Andrea Tupola. We want to be a part of the solution, not the problem. Adding marijuana to the Waianae community. You cannot take your kids to the beach. There's feces everywhere. It's really pilau. And then you're going to add legalized marijuana. Come on, let's get in the solution, not the problem. Restore and revive, like Andrea Tupola said.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Next, Roku Leitua. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, members of the, forget government or something, right? What do you guys say? Yeah?
Yeah, we're all getting kind of tired, but please go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say I oppose this bill. And also, you guys make the laws. You guys are the government, and it affects everybody, everyone, And my testimony is, what is the definition of a drug dealer, right? My testimony is about when I was young, I wanted to have money. And in my family, we had a lot of people dealing drugs. And I thought dealing drugs would help my family make a lot of money. And that's what it seems is going on right here, And we don't have enough analysis and things in place to help the little people. Because when we start putting money first instead of the little people that gets affected by all this pakalolo, marijuana, drugs, all these things, it ruins our communities. It ruins our families and then into our government. Because I don't know if any of you have ever smoked marijuana. You know what I mean? You guys don't know the effects that's really going on. You guys just see it and read it from a paper. But if you took a hit of that, you would know the real effects that goes on. And would you give it to your children? Right? I mean, really. We need to make laws and decisions that help the little people, the communities, the families, Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Deborah Ward, followed by David McKillen.
Aloha, Representative Tarnas and members of the House Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs. My name is Deborah Ward. I'm standing in opposition to Senate Bill 3335, proposing to regulate all aspects of the cannabis plant, including the legalization of adult recreational use. I request that you not pass this bill, which prioritizes the economic and commercial aspects of marijuana, the growers, manufacturers, distributors, etc., or the health and safety of our community and our youth. No amount of regulation will ensure that youth will not find access to this drug and become addicted to cannabis in greater numbers than already is being illegally used. It poses a significant threat to their physical and mental health and will have impacts to their studies, families, and behavior in our communities. For example, impaired driving as one example. How could our law enforcement, as thorough as they are, possibly preempt dangerous impaired behavior? Legalized use of marijuana as a, quote, recreational drug will create widespread impaired persons driving, working, operating heavy machinery, possible mental disorientation by some in any number of places in our communities. Do we want stoned people in our airplanes, buses, and workplaces? The fact that marijuana has long been recognized as a mind-altering substance whose quantitative use and consequences cannot be controlled should be sufficient warning to you, our elected officials, to not add further elements to the stew of troubles our state is already facing. Mahalo for your stern and clear-minded weighing of the avaricious versus the protective motives of your constituents.
Thank you.
And P.S., I added in my email testimony an important warning from the Food and Drug Administration regarding the rising use of something called Delta X THC products by youth, which are not regulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. David McKillen, followed by someone from Kapalama Neighborhood Security Watch.
Good afternoon. My name is David Makilan. I'm the founder and executive director for Healoho Keola Community Reintegration Program for Men. We've been providing services for 12 years, and I too share a history of drug addiction for 15 years. I've been incarcerated a bunch of times and been through most of the drug treatment programs on the island, and the start for me was marijuana as well. I believe this will open up I'm opposed to the bill, but I believe this will open up door to problems that we're not ready to deal with. Marijuana is already easily accessible to where I'm sure any one of us could get a hold of some if we wanted to. We smell it everywhere, and so I can only imagine what it would be like if legalized. The point is, if we can't control it now, and we already see negative effects today, how will we control it if legalized? Amongst many other concerns, I'm really here on behalf of two groups of people that are important to me. Number one, my children and yours. I believe this will put them at risk and create more challenges for them as they already have so much to face in this day and age. And two, as for the men we serve through our program, as we genuinely want to see them have lasting success, I believe this will disrupt their efforts for lasting recovery from drugs and alcohol. For we already see the manipulation around medical marijuana, as we know that most really just seek to get their hands on any type of mind-altering drugs. Every case that we have come across have failed returning back to hard drugs, alcohol, being reincarcerated and homeless on the streets. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much. That's your signature, Angela Longo.
It's a star. You don't recognize it?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Aloha Joint Committee, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of Kapalama Neighborhood Security Watch, a grassroots of the Honolulu Police Department. We train with the community policing team for safety trainings, and marijuana affects us. Marijuana is an illegal Schedule I substance on the Controlled Substance Act. It is the most dangerous of drugs listed, like MDMA and magic mushrooms, which have the highest potential abuse and no known medical value. The DEA declares marijuana is a mind-altering psychoactive drug. From the CDC, in high doses, it can cause disorientation, unpleasant thoughts or feelings of paranoia, temporary hallucinations, mental disorders in which you cannot distinguish truth and reality versus something that's not happening. It causes health risks, cognitive impairment, diminished mental functioning, and can affect memory, attention, decision-making, risk-taking, language, and judgment. Your mind slows down when you're smoking weed. The Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018, the Farm Bill, authorized the production of hemp. While science does not distinguish marijuana versus hemp, the law does. Legally, the difference is the THC content, which is responsible for the high. The marijuana that we typically think of that gets people high has 15 to 20% THC. That's a big deal. 0.3 versus 15 to 20. Taxonomy is a scientific classification to set the dividing line for the purpose of biological taxonomy and law. This was codified into the 2018 Farm Bill despite a 2016 article published, which described the 0.3 as an arbitrary number. If there is evidence through clinical trials, experimental laboratory studies, and research that marijuana is medically beneficial and helps a lot of people, it should be submitted for federal approval to unschedule it from the Controlled Substances Act. That is the appropriate and proper procedure. And with what's happening with the evolving technology, smoking vapes is an issue for students. This is a concern if we are to raise a generation of functional students. Although this is arbitrary, anecdotal, and speculative, but we can ask,
Please summarize.
are they getting it in schools with minors? So I testify for stricter statutory provisions to protect the people of Hawaii from a drug which is associated with mental illness and disorderly conduct. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our last testifier, James Kapokoko, Teen Challenge.
Hi guys, I'm James Kelly Kubukako, and I represent Teen Challenge, but more so represent Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. This marijuana, I pray that you guys don't pass it, but if you guys do, it's not against my, I can make the decision. But this marijuana substance, it ruined my life. I'm 22 years old, but I started when I was 13, and all I seen was downhill. I seen choke people die. I had 2 friends that passed away on this within this year, even my cousin, over marijuana use. And I strongly oppose this bill because for me, I was going in and out for just using marijuana. It took me to a place in my mind where I was hearing voices that still go on, but thanks to the Lord that He even pulled me out of that, because for this whole entire, from 13 to 22, it's all chaos, all violence. And I see it in schools happening where people come to school and then they get all high and they don't go to class and they just think life is just for cruising, it's a game, but it's really not. So I just stand against this because my brother is, he started using because I did. He's seen me use, so he started. And he's now out there on the street, running amok, thinking that life is a game. He's putting his feet into my footsteps, which I don't want, and I'm the oldest. So being here, testifying for this on the behalf of my brother, so you guys can stop this, because I love my brother so much that if anything was to step in his way, I would, I have to pray. But I just want to, thank you guys for letting me share and testify, because it's not good.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all the testifiers that we have for us today, so we can now move on to, thanks to all the testifiers. It's been 2.5 hours of testimony. Appreciate everybody's patience. Let's go to questions first from the Judiciary Committee. Anybody want to ask questions?
I have a quick question for
Please.
Prosecutor Alm.
Representative Souza.
Thank you for being here and for your continued grassroots efforts since you've taken over the department. My question for you is, other states that have passed legislation similar to this, I think you mentioned there were 3, what has been the effect on crime, if any, in those states, and what are they currently dealing with?
Well, the three that passed it, they just passed it this year. So we're still waiting. The problems we're seeing are, like in Colorado with 10 years, they have almost twice as many fatal car crashes that where the person's using marijuana. And the frustration for law enforcement in those states is there's no test for it. You've heard discussion today about whether it's 5 or 10. That's only when they can do a blood test. And in Hawaii, the only time you do that if there's a fatal car collision or injury. Otherwise, HPD, somebody weaving all over the road, they pull them over, they fail the field sobriety test, they arrest them, they go down to the station. If they blow zeros on the intoxilizer, they let them go. They know they're under the influence of something, but there is no test for, and that's happening in all these states in the mainland. Everybody's frustrated by it. There's no test. Maybe one day there will. And the public will accept, I think, a breath test because that's minimally invasive. They will never accept an observed urine test or a drug test. So that's what we hear from the other states. And the crime, the cartels, it sounds crazy that they'd be here, but they're really having cartel problems in California and in Oregon and in Washington, and that's a real concern.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Sure.
One more follow-up question, Chair. A lot of this debate is centered around cannabis as a potential gateway drug. Your experience from not only your prosecutor position, but as being involved in the drug court when you're on the bench, what is your response to that?
Well, I think virtually everybody who gets involved in other drugs used marijuana to begin with. And whether that had them hanging around other people who were breaking the law was that. As a judge, my biggest problem was having people go to substance abuse treatment. And I think people don't realize you can get addicted to marijuana. Marijuana use disorder is about 1 out of 3 adults, and it's worse. So we don't have enough treatment beds right now for meth and coke and a few that get in there. But even in those programs, the participants diss the guys who are addicted to marijuana because they see it lower down on the scale, and yet it can really screw up people's lives. So I'm worried we don't have enough treatment beds now. We're not going to have enough later on with the more people that are going to be using.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from judiciary? If not, Chair, do you want to ask your members if they have questions?
Members, any questions? Rep. Ward.
Chair, I have a follow-up to the prosecutor. Prosecutor, you mentioned in your excellent op-ed that likely the Japanese tourists would stay away if, in effect, we pass this bill. How certain are you of that on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, I don't know, but the folks in Waikiki, the experts, that's what they tell me. And Ted Kubo is head of JTB, Japan Travel Bureau. We see their buses all around town. His company alone, in 2019, pre-COVID, would bring in 500,000 Japanese tourists. And he says that they will stop coming. They have lots of alternative places to go. And our economy is so dependent on tourism. Brooks Bear, who's our communications and community guy in our office, his wife is from Japan. He was in Japan recently. They looked at TV, and a guy's getting led away in handcuffs, and Brooks, who doesn't speak Japanese, asked his wife, what's going on there? What's a drug case? Oh, yeah? What kind of drug? Marijuana. And there were 2 small bags of marijuana on the table, and they're leading this guy away. Whether we agree with it or not, and I think in America, we don't quite see it the same way, but in Japan, they see marijuana as the same as meth, as the same as cocaine. So those experts are telling us they're going to stop coming. So that scares me. Our economy is really precarious. They're saying they will stop coming.
Let me rephrase the question. Of the $2 billion that the Japanese spent either last year or the year before, what percentage of a hit would that respond to?
Well, if he's right, which I hope he doesn't, it would be all $2 billion. You know, if he's half right, it would be 1. Because they have a lot of alternatives to go to. America's expensive, Hawaii's expensive. They can go to Guam, they can go to Saipan, they can go to Europe. There are a lot of cheaper alternatives than Hawaii.
So even if this is a $1 billion loss, or $2 billion according to the amount, the $39 million that we gain in tax revenue, or even if it's the highest version that I think Mr. Tai Chang said it's $109 million, this is pretty much chump change compared to what if the Japanese don't come.
Well, and besides the Japanese tourists, it's the fatal car collisions, it's the emergency room visits that are up, it's the kids dropping out of school.
please confine your
This is
remarks
not
to
reefer madness, but.
Chair, I have one more question, but.
Yes,
it's to
please
be
refine
heard.
your remarks to the bill, though. Go ahead.
Did I speak outside the bill?
Yes, you're talking about,
Just go ahead and ask your question.
go ahead.
need to move
This
on.
is to DHERD. DHERD said, if you guys have got marijuana in a different, is DHERD still here? You said the feds are gonna ding us, and I wanna know how much are they gonna ding DHERD or the other departments, or there's no departments here?
Nope,
DHERD is
gone.
not, they hit and run, okay. But that's an important one, because if you add up the economics.
Thank you. There's no question.
Let me make a statement. If you
No,
add up the,
hold your
if you
statement
make,
for
I'm
decision-making.
here as a member of the state, as a member of the
Decision-making.
committee, and I wanna make a statement.
During
Just
decision-making.
Cool it. I'm gonna make a
Sir,
statement. I'm
during
gonna-
decision-making,
I'm
you can
going
make
to make a
statements.
statement. If the money is, look, this
ask
group
the
is
question.
divided into economics and decriminalization. The economics totally outweigh what's going on. I just want to make a point, but I wanted to add, DHERD, sorry I couldn't do it, but this is a hearing. We are half of the hearing.
Thank you,
because
Rep.
we
Board.
asked the
Please-
question.
please ask the question.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for your graciousness.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? I do have a question for the Attorney General. To follow up on the question I heard from Rep. Ward, rather than his statement, was, would your amendment regarding A51G address the concerns of DHERD?
Yes, it would. I believe that that's substantially similar
Okay.
to what DHERD had presented as well.
Okay, great, that's what I needed to know. Okay, any other questions from Judiciary? Any other questions from
Yes.
Agriculture? Go ahead.
Yeah. Prosecutors? Thank you for being here today. You mentioned in your answer to one of the members regarding your previous time in the courts, dealing with people who have used cannabis. How have you guys taken any data for correlation between people who have used alcohol and tobacco? Because the same correlation could be made with what you're saying about cannabis.
Right. In court, alcohol was next to methamphetamine, the biggest problem we dealt with. No question. But my feeling with that is, let's not add another drug where some people are going to get addicted, some people will have to go to treatment. There's no question that meth and alcohol cause people the most problems. But when I look at those two, yeah, I hear you on that, and I agree with that. And as a judge, I see a lot more of that. But there are people that are addicted to marijuana. So my thought is, let's just not add it to our problems and not have enough treatment beds for them, because we don't have treatment for people with meth problems right now.
I hear you on that. I guess my follow-up to that is, with knowing that alcohol and tobacco use can be said to be a gateway for people to use meth and other hardcore drugs, why isn't the prosecutor's office going hard against banning alcohol and tobacco?
I don't like to get involved with fights that are absolutely impossible. And those are part of the fabric of the United States that I don't hear anybody. But I think even during Prohibition, when you looked at it, there were fewer fatalities and other stuff. America just didn't want to go that route. So I hear what you're saying. If there was an effort to ban one of those things, we'd certainly look at doing it and how it would affect our jobs, because alcohol causes real problems on the freeways with crashes and everything else, and we have to deal with that now. But if there are ways to reduce that, we support that, like lowering from 09 to 05, things like that that can help.
Got it. And then in terms of a direct correlation between green harvest and the increased usage of methamphetamine and other hardcore drugs in Hawaii, what's your position on how that has an impact and what legalization could do for it?
I have heard that for years. It is an urban myth. There's no different people use different drugs at different times. Methamphetamine is all over the West Coast. They didn't have green harvest. It's just, it happened at that time. They spent money on green harvest. I think the law enforcement folks are concerned that right now they're not spending a lot of time with illegal grows. But if marijuana is legalized, more people are going to use it, and it's cheaper to buy it at from what we call the black market. But as one of the other speakers said, it's somebody who's growing it now. It's a medical marijuana person. It's Joe down the street. It's not a spooky guy. But I have never seen any proof to a correlation between green harvest and methamphetamine use.
Okay, well, the Attorney General recognized that was a fact.
I disagree with them.
Just to follow up on that, right now there currently exists a black market that we seem not to be regulating whatsoever, and prosecuting-wise, have you guys been prosecuting a slew of people in the community currently selling illegally cannabis?
No. And HPD doesn't spend a lot of time and effort on that. So we don't see those cases. I think when I was the United States Attorney, I remember 2 cases, but they were huge outdoor grows where people involved, I think they knew they were involved in criminal activity. If they weren't doing that, they'd do something else. It wasn't the small mom and pop kind of things, and HPD isn't making those kind of arrests. But I'm concerned that if there is legalization and more use, the black market is only going to grow. And so we're going to have, if we're worried about fentanyl, I agree, they can test for that if they have a rigid testing program in a dispensary or a store. But since more people are going to be buying outside on the black market, the chance of getting killed by fentanyl is going to increase, not decrease. Because if like many of the speakers said, if you could legalize this and have stores and everybody started going to those stores and didn't go to the black market, that would be a different story, but that is not what any other place has found. And in places like California, 70% of the marijuana sold in state legal stores come from illegal grows because they can buy it cheaper from there.
Last question. Cannabis doesn't seem at the top of your list of concerns right now in terms of prosecuting people and going after folks selling in the illicit market, which I think is why we're moving towards legalization. But with the legalization of cannabis, would that allow your department to focus on more of the critical issues like meth use, violent crimes, and other things that community members are really concerned about?
Well, I think because HPD doesn't prioritize it, and we hardly see those kinds of cases, and now that you've decriminalized up to 3 grams, which I guess back in the day, would be 6 joints, small possession cases, I don't think so. I don't think it would affect us. I think it would actually mean if there were more illegal grows, that we'd end up prosecuting those again. That's what I see in the future. I know that's what Major Lambert is worried about and HPD is worried about. And on the mainland, you have more illegal grows, so police departments there have had to set up marijuana eradication teams where they didn't have to before. It is kind of ironic. If HPD arrests it, because we don't go out there and make the arrests, if they arrest people, we will look at prosecuting. But right now, we don't see very many of those cases.
And I think that's why, talking with law enforcement, why they tend not to enforce the law is because when it's sent to the prosecutor's office, there isn't these charges being brought, or they feel like there's kind of a slap in the wrist that happens there. And so in terms of all the work they put into actually arresting people and then following it through to the end, it doesn't seem like that's taking place from perspectives that I received by law enforcement.
We just don't see the cases, I think. And if there's a slap on the wrist, it's coming in the court, not at our office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Chairs. For Prosecutor Alm, one more question, please. Sorry to make you sit down. Hopefully this is quick. Continuing the conversation of our chair earlier, the Office of the Prosecuting Attorney from Kauai made a statement in their testimony, so I'm going to read that. Failing to develop a regulatory framework for marijuana and hemp leads to more public safety concerns. So isn't some form of framework in cannabis legislation going to help us regulate the market? Because right now we see an illegal black market.
Right, I think
Wouldn't that help with public safety?
I disagree, and the prosecutor's office on Kauai has kind of gone their own route for some time. They treat all driving without license cases as first offenses. So why bother to get a license? We totally disagree with them on that and a number of other things. I think if as I said before, if you set up the perfect regulatory system, it's not going to stop the fact that you're legalizing an illegal drug and we're going to have more illegal use. Like I said, if people would go to the stores and buy it there and it was adults and they weren't sharing it with their brothers and sisters, that would all be good. But they can go in and buy an ounce, I think, from this. And, you know, they go in there and buy an ounce and give it to their brothers and sisters. That's going to happen repeatedly. I don't think setting up a regulatory structure. That's why I disagree with Ms. Leakey and why I disagreed with the Attorney General. Let's not do this to begin with. You know, if it's going to happen and you guys are doing it, then by all means, try to mitigate things. But I don't think you can mitigate a drug being made, a powerful drug being made legal, because we're going to have the driving problems. We're going to have the emergency room visits. People are so irresponsible that they don't lock up their edibles. So the calls to the Poison Control Center go up 100%. I think it's 150 or 200% in Massachusetts. We know people just are not responsible in general about that stuff. So I would, you know, I would disagree with her on that. I think you legalize it, even with the best structure, you can have a bigger black market.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Any more questions in your committee?
Sure. Members, Rep. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Is Tai Chang still here? Mr. Chang? We have heard that not all the dispensaries are even breaking even yet. How are you doing?
We're doing fine.
You're doing okay?
Yeah, we're doing okay.
The question is, why do we get reports that upwards to 70% and above are going to the black market rather than to you guys?
I don't think that's the correct statement.
Okay, give it
but
60%.
No, they're not going to the black market, Representative. They're either growing it themselves. They're not coming to the dispensaries, is what they're saying. So there are many other ways in which you can procure cannabis medicine. It's not dispensaries and then the black market. So I think that's a misinterpretation.
Why aren't they coming to you guys?
There are many reasons why. We don't have delivery. We might not have the products that a specific patient requires. We're limited in the amounts that we can sell. We're limited in the potency and the size of the edibles that we can sell. In fact, there are some cooperatives that sell suppositories that have 200 milligrams of THC. They sell edibles with 100 milligrams of THC in one edible. We're not allowed to do that. We only sell in 10-gram increments up to a maximum of 100.
I thought you were going to give me the reality of what is out there, the C word, the cost. You guys can
That's
be
not
40
true. You've already seen
Okay.
you've already
I have
seen
bad
a
sources.
member of the testifiers say
Okay.
that they purchased
I
cannabis
have
for
bad
1 ounce
sources.
at $149. Aloha Green offers $149 ounces of cannabis, which is lower
Okay.
than black
You're
market
in a
and
different
illicit
reality
market
zone.
prices
You
here in
dispute
Hawaii.
then what the prosecutor Alm said
Prosecutor
regarding-
Alm is welcome to
Wait, let me
come
ask
to
the
my
question.
dispensary.
Colorado and California have a burgeoning black market. Do you debate that? And it won't happen here, according to what you said.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's relative to what this black market
Does
is.
Colorado and California have a huge growing black market, 70, 80%?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Okay, so either Prosecutor Alm has made that up, or Colorado and California is sending us bad information, and you don't think that people are going to go into the black market because you guys are too expensive. That's
not
what
too
is the word on the street. And
The
I'm
word
not a
on
drug
the-
dealer, but I'm on the street.
But the word on the street is a misinterpretation of where we are with cost.
Chair, you made a statement,
No, just
and
let
no one
him- let him
interrupted you.
respond.
I'm
Let him
still
respond.
correcting, I'm still allowing questions to come with him. He's just
Rep,
debating.
no, I'm not trying to debate you, Rep. Ward. I agree with you that when the program first opened, there was high prices, but that was because the grows that the licensees created were only 5,000 square feet. They were very small grows because we couldn't predict the size of the medical market as it was growing. Now, we're able to grow in much larger facilities where we've reached economies of scale to allow for lower costs to be producing medicine. At the beginning, we were very small. We couldn't even find growers, Rep. Ward, who would work in the legal market. We had to find and teach UH students who came out of our botany programs to learn how to produce cannabis, because no one on this island has ever produced cannabis at a commercial scale except for the illicit market.
Okay, so you've given me a lesson now. What I've heard about the price of the street dealers versus the price at your dispensaries is equivalent.
I have a
They're
menu.
not going there
You
for
can look at
saving
my
money.
menu right now, and we have $149 ounces, and our highest price is $250 an ounce at this current time. I sell a cannabis drink for $3 a drink, which is much less than what you find in California on the mainland. We sell gummies for $15 for a package, which has 100 milligrams of cannabis, which is about half the price in California. The prices currently at the dispensaries are the lowest they've been in 8 years.
Sir, I hope you're correct, because I've even heard that the medical marijuana card holders are going on the street rather than to you guys. And we created them so you could go, we created you guys so they could go to you, and that's not happening. And the fear is because of what has happened in Colorado and California, unless that is totally off the map of reality, some of the things are going to change here if this bill passes.
This bill, Rep. Ward, respectfully though, this bill is very different from how California and Colorado chose to legalize cannabis. This bill is a much tougher law and order approach compared to those states. Those states allowed for a decriminalization to occur on day one and allow for the illicit market to fill in the vacuum because people want to have access to clean cannabis, but they weren't able to do so because their legislators took their time and waited. And that's why those states have difficulties, where states like Minnesota or Arizona or there's others, but I was going to say New York. New York is also an example of how long delays have caused bodegas to sell illegal cannabis, hemp shops to begin selling Delta 10, Delta 8 THC, because there's just no access. But when you do talk about legalization, we get to the point where we're saying it's okay that you can find legal use. There are people who are curious and who want to seek out that medicine, but instead they're forced to buy from gray market dispensaries or brick and mortar stores that look like a dispensary, but really they have no license. And that's really up to the law enforcement and the officers that are contemplated in this bill to shut down and to go after.
So given what you've just said, you believe then that any of the cartels from Mexico will not come as they did to Colorado and California? Any of the Chinese farmers who came to those two places will not come to Hawaii?
I'm Chinese, and I don't know any Chinese criminals that are likely coming to
Okay.
Hawaii
Just
to
don't
take part
invite
in the
them.
market.
Yeah,
But
as long as
I
you
would
don't
say
invite
that Hawaii is very different. I come from jurisdictions where I've seen violent crime related to the cannabis trade, and that is because there is a violent, organized crime element that does fight for its position. My grandmother grew cannabis in Hawaii Kai 60 years ago, and I know a bunch of kapuna that are still growing out on the East Coast, and they don't have any problems there with any violence or people hurting one another.
And I'm a jogger in Hawaii Kai, and I smell it on a lot of corners that I'm going by. So you're spot on that one. Chair, I have another
Thank you,
question,
Rep.
but
Ward.
not now, but differently later.
Thank
Somebody
you.
else.
DOH, please.
Okay, you have two of us to choose from.
I'll start with you. Just a
All
quick
right.
question. I know youth usage of cannabis is one of your guys' top concerns.
Right.
Do you know right now where majority of youth who are accessing cannabis are purchasing or getting the cannabis from? Do you guys collect data on that? I know you said 30% of high school students you guys surveyed said they use cannabis.
Thank you, Chair Gates, for the question. The Department of Health does not ask about where the youth are getting the marijuana or cannabis, but I will refer to my colleague, Michelle Nakata, if she has any further information. And the 33% was actually for high school students who are Native Hawaiian. And so the rates for the state are lower than that, but because of the health equity concerns that we have and seeing in terms of trying to turn around the health outcomes and addressing the social drivers of health, that is why I quoted that data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Chair Gates, my name is Michelle Nakata. I'm the Program Manager for the Office of Medical Cannabis Control and Regulation. Unfortunately, we do not have good data on, our data right now focuses primarily on the legal market and sources in the legal market and usage in the legal market. So we have not done much research on illicit sources. We do have an epidemiologist that has been with the program for just a little over a year now. And we are finally getting access to data sources to allow us to do those types of analyses, and we do hope to have that kind of information, but we don't have it available right now.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of get your perspective on how you believe the legalization will increase usage for youth in our community, because as you know, the bill is specifically 21 and over. So in order to access it, you would have to be 21 and over. But it seems like you guys are saying it'll be accessible to youth. So I'm just trying to get that correlation, connect the dots.
Just to state for the record that this really is not my subject area. So a lot of the information that I get is from speaking to regulators in other states. And you've heard a lot of testimony saying that states that have legalized have not seen an increase in youth uptake or youth use. And that is correct. That's shown by the data. But if you, states that have enough resources to be able to do a deeper dive into the data, some of the more recent trends that we've been hearing about are that while the actual numbers of kids that are using or starting to use marijuana has not grown up, what they've seen a change is in intensity of use or frequency of use. So for youth, whereas when it was illegal and a lot more difficult for an underage person to access, it was a substance that they would use on the weekends when they party. But then even though they're underage, just by the fact of cannabis becoming more easily accessible to them, what they've seen is that youth, the actual numbers of youth have not been increased, but those who do use on a daily basis or several times a day. So the intensity and frequency of use appears to be going up.
Okay. And then last question, in regards to card holders, right now, there seems to be somewhat of a barrier for access for patients who want to access cannabis, whether they have to see a doctor or the financial constraints of getting a license. Do you guys know if the funding aspect of supporting the legalization or the medical aspect of cannabis has been an issue in your perspective, whether it's funding from the legislature or in terms of folks in poverty or lower income?
For the medical use program right now, the way that it stands, we have always said that the program itself could be self-supporting. And I believe that was the legislature's intent originally when they stood up the medical, at least the dispensary licensing and the patient registry system. We currently, our positions are general funded now, but all of our operational costs are by special funds. And the special funds, the source of the special funds are patient registrations and the dispensary licensing fees. With regards to the cost to the patient, please know that a medical use card only costs a patient, a Hawaii resident patient, $38.50. The bulk of the cost is from medical provider certifications. And the problem is just that there's still a lack of appropriate education of medical providers to have them feel a lot more comfortable about certifying patients. So what we have instead are doctors who specialize in, doctors and nurses who specialize in certifying patients for medical use. So that actually is one of the first educational programs that we're trying to stand up. I mentioned that we have an epidemiologist. She's also, we just brought on a contracted health educator, and they are working together, and that's basically one of the first things that we're trying to implement is to improve education for medical providers so that more of them will be comfortable about certifying patients and doing it as a course of their usual practice. It is concerning to the health department that while the medical providers who specialize in patients, certifying patients for medical use, they are not the treating physician. So, patients will have a certain medical condition that qualifies them for medical use, but they are going to another provider to get certified. And it is concerning to the health department because we don't know how much the actual treating physician knows about what their patient is using, what types of products they're using, and what, and properly adjusting maybe other medications that they may be using. So we really do think that there is a need for medical provider education.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Any other questions? Okay.
To the Attorney General, please.
Please make it quick, Board.
We've waited 2.5 hours listening. I got a couple of questions I got to put forth here. You know what an oxymoron is, right?
I do.
In your testimony and some of the report says, hey, we're really against this bill, but hey, if you guys want to pass it, we want to go ahead. Is that political, or is that an oxymoron where you want it, but you don't want it? So where are you guys? Could you highly nuance your answers to my question?
Absolutely, and you know what, I sympathize with where you're seeing this and your understanding of this, because nuance is not something that's it takes a little bit of explaining. Basically, the way that I think that I would phrase this is that in the legislature, as we understand it, there are three sort of words that are used to express, how we feel about a bill. There's support, there's comments, which is kind of like a neutral position, and then there's opposition, which is an active opposition. Attorney General Ann Lopez has made very clear that she does not support the legalization of adult-use cannabis. But as the chief legal officer of the state, she had been asked by members of the legislature to work on a bill that would basically do its best to protect the public welfare, the public safety, and the public health, with the understanding that there are serious risks associated with legalizing cannabis. And basically what we've presented on January 5th, and that's sort of the framework that you find in the bill today, is the result of that process. And that process entailed a broad working group of deputy attorney generals from all different departments or all different divisions in the department, a drafting group. We went on site visits. We spoke with basically almost all of the departments and agencies in the state regarding their concerns about this. And from that process, and then also we put out a draft bill, and then received comments from various people, including stakeholders like people in the hemp industry, along with Prosecuting Attorney Like from Kauai, who gave their comments on the bill. We incorporated all that, and we presented it to the legislature for the legislature to do with it as they see fit. As part of that, what we also provided was what we felt were areas of particular import that needed to be in the bill for the Department of the Attorney General not to oppose the bill. The way that I see this as a philosophical matter, and I think is the project that we were given, was to provide a balanced, reasonable, moderate bill that would attempt to effectuate the legislative intent, if it is indeed the legislative intent, to legalize cannabis, but doing its best to address as many of the possible risks and downsides as possible. Now, we make clear that we're not guaranteeing that, whatever we've proposed, and it's changed, but the proposal would be a success. And we agree with many of what other people have said, is that no state has been completely successful in this. And there are serious concerns, but basically in our role as the deputies of the Attorney General is to provide guidance on risks and provide you with an option to consider. And in that respect, I think that that's what we've done.
Thank you for that highly nuanced response. When you point out there's damage and destruction and mayhem coming up, but however, that's still hard to it's going to be hard to explain to my constituents what you just said. But the second nuanced question is, someone here said, did you realize that, this is the DEI question, a geographical DEI question. Is it true, according to your research and the people you've talked to, that the highest level of usage of marijuana is in the poverty areas of the state of Hawaii? And did you take that into consideration?
DEI.
What is DEI? Equity, inclusion, diversity, you know, the one that's kind of the woke and the other kind of stuff that's going on.
I'm sorry.
Diversity, equity,
Yeah, okay.
inclusivity.
I understand what you're saying.
And I'm saying the geographical focus of someone's testimony, I don't know if they're still here, said the highest use of marijuana is in the poverty areas of the state of Hawaii. And you heard the heartbeat of the people from Western Oahu, from West Side. They were crying out for us to listen. And then I hooked the two together and saying, were you aware of that when you put this bill to its print?
So one of the aspects of the bill, and so the answer to your question is I don't have that specific information. One of the aspects of the bill is to provide, through rules, for geographical census study relating to the use of marijuana to basically provide for an equal distribution of cannabis opportunities, so to speak, throughout the state. That would be something that would also prevent gluts of cannabis businesses in any specific areas. These are things that we would defer to the regulatory agency to make their well-reasoned determination on if the agency does in fact come into existence. You know, the agency itself is supposed to be, or it's, by law as it's currently situated, is going to have a variety of individuals with various specialties that would be serving on the board. Members with public health backgrounds, law enforcement backgrounds, people who have experience in regulated industries, the hemp industry. So these would be the people that we would defer to on making those types of
But
determinations.
sir, you are aware that the big tobacco targets particular ethnic and other low-income groups, so they will consume their product more. The point is, you should be aware as the Attorney General's office that this may occur not only with the dispensaries, but others who are trying to make a buck, knowing who are the ones easiest to buy this stuff. And that's a factor that I think that brought up today is a good takeaway for all of us.
Thank you, Rep. Ward. Back to you, Judge.
If there's no other questions, let's move on to the next bill. Thank you to all the testifiers. It's been a marathon, 5 hours or 3 hours that we've been at this. It's 5 p.m. So thank you to all the testifiers. We're going to move on to the next bill, which is the second of our bills of the combined committee. After that, hearing will do decision-making on these two bills. So next bill, Senate Bill 2461, Senate Draft 2, relating to medical cannabis. This measure amends the circumstances under which medical cannabis may be transported by and between dispensaries, and it requires the Department of Health to adopt rules within a certain time period. First up, we have the Department of Health.
Good afternoon or evening, chairs, vice chairs, members of the committee. My name is Liam Gimmon. I'm with the Office of Medical Cannabis Control and Regulation. We respectfully oppose this bill. We oppose the amendments at 329D6, which removes the department's discretion regarding dispensary-to-dispensary sales. During our testimony on HB 2260 in the 2022 legislative process, OMCCR requested that the criteria on sales and transportation be in rules rather than codified in statute to allow OMCCR adequate oversight over these transactions. We need to continue this oversight because cannabis remains illegal federally, and the vast majority of the dispensary-to-dispensary sales occur inter-island, which will have these products, the processes, come in contact with federal agencies and federal agents. It remains the state's responsibility to regulate the medical cannabis dispensary system adequately and effectively and protect our patients and protect our licensees. It should also be noted that since we have written up the rules for the dispensary sales in July of 2023, all 10 requests have been successfully completed, and 3 transactions are scheduled to be completed today, and hopefully probably have done so by now. Our office also opposes the amendment to 329D10 that forces our rules to be adopted within 9 months. We believe an enforced time constraint placed on rulemaking will force my office to prioritize rulemaking to the detriment of our other activities and duties. My office is small. We have 1 office assistant, 1 supervisor, and 5 surveyors. We have to inspect 37 medical cannabis facilities, review the manufacturing process and the products, the packaging, the labeling, the laboratory testing, certify the laboratory, track inventory, track and monitor the dispensary transactions, investigate all patient complaints and all adverse reactions. Plus, my office has been tasked with regulating the cannabinoid hemp product program. We have not received any surveyors to assist in this process and will not receive any until 2025. My office is in the process of revising Chapter 1137 HAR and Chapter 328G HRS for rules for the regulations for manufactured hemp products as per Act 23. My office is also in the process of adding and vetting the rules to allow pre-rolls to be sold at the medical dispensaries across the state. With all these constraints in my office, we have to prioritize our actions to best support the health and safety of our patients and the public of Hawaii. We understand that the priorities of our office do not always align with those of the licensees. However, we have to support the mission of the Department of Health and protect the health and safety of our public. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Hawaii Cannabis Industry Association.
Good evening now, I guess, committee members, Chair Tarnas, Chair Gates. I stand by my written testimony in support of SB 2461. This bill was started or introduced to try to spurn or push the Department of Health to act on the laws that were passed by this legislature over the previous 2 years. One such bill was the wholesale bill, which took about a year to get the rules set up. What was added to the wholesale rules, though, by the Department of Health in rules was conditions or preconditions as to why a wholesale transaction could occur between licenses. This was not in the legislature, but this is something that the Department of Health took it upon itself to introduce. Also, pre-rolls is something that the previous testifier alluded to. This was a product category that was approved by the legislature again last year, and it has taken the Department of Health still to this date. They have not come up with rules yet to address the sale of pre-rolls. Yet, other provisions of that bill, they were able to come up with rules to establish the legislator's wishes. In my testimony, I point out 5 other states that have medical cannabis programs only that already sell pre-roll cannabis products, and that the Department of Health could easily, through its membership at CANRA, look to those states for guidance as to what is required for testing and what additives should be banned so that it is not appealing to the youth and that it provides a simpler administration for patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Clifton Otto, Akamai Cannabis Consulting. Please proceed, Dr. Otto.
Thank you. Chairs, vice chairs, members of the committee, Dr. Clifton Otto again. You have my written testimony offering comments, and I just wanted to offer a few remarks and also say thank you for all committee members today.
If you're driving, don't look at us.
No, don't worry, I'm not driving. No, I'm not driving. I'm pulled over. Full disclosure, I'm pulled over. I am not driving. So you have my written comments, and I'm sorry I had to change my.
That's fine. Go ahead.
So anyway, I just wanted to say that I think we have to be very careful about making the Department of Health do things that it really should not be doing in terms of potentially being complicit with violating federal law and approving products that could violate their mission. So I think we have to look very carefully at this inter-island issue and the jurisdictional limits of the state and allow the department to have discretion over this on a request-by-request basis. And I also don't think it's fair to ask the department to come up with rules for a product that is intended to be smoked because that violates the mission of the department. I don't think that's a fair position to put them in. Anyway, thank you for considering the amendment suggestions in my written testimony. and I will stay parked here in case there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for being safe. Next, we have testimony from Jenna Matilla, no longer on Zoom. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on Senate Bill 2461 SD2? Yes. Please come on up.
Hello, Jeff Hong. I'm the board chair of Hawaiian Ethos, a medical cannabis company on the Big Island. And we want to testify in support of the association's testimony. The two items that they mention, one is to have consistency for us to plan for dispensary to dispensary transport. And so the present rules as it stands puts a lot of risk in terms of timely planning of transportation. And then the second one mentioned was pre-rolls for people with disabilities to roll joints, quite frankly. Having this product available is very valuable to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience.
Sure, thank you. It's our job. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure, please come up and introduce yourself.
My name is Casey Rothstein. I'm CEO of Green Aloha, the medical dispensary license on Kauai. I'll make this brief. The number one product that our patients ask for is pre-rolls, and they're baffled when we tell them we can't sell them that. Many patients have ailments that inhibits their motor functions where they can't roll it themselves, and not be able to provide them pre-rolls, not only can we not provide them pre-rolls, we can't provide them a grinder to grind it up with, we can't provide them papers to use to roll it themselves. They have to make a whole separate trip to go somewhere else to get the devices that they need to be able to use the medicine that we provide. And there's no statistical evidence, there's no studies that have shown that smoking cannabis causes cancer the way smoking tobacco does. It simply is not proven at all. And it's just baffling that after a year, we still don't have rules for pre-rolls when it's the number one thing that patients ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify in this matter? If not, please focus on the bill at hand.
Sure.
Introduce yourself, please.
Angela Melody Young on behalf of Kapalama Neighborhood Security Watch. So the purpose of this act is to facilitate—
We know the purpose of the act. Please focus on your comments on the bill.
Yes. Okay. So a dispensary may purchase cannabis and manufactured cannabis products from another dispensary. And for those who have co-occurring medical, mental health, and physical debilitating conditions, such as anxiety, spinal disorders, and need their medicine, within the context of this law, it is safe to facilitate the dispensary-to-dispensary sell. So while I do not support the legalization of marijuana, I do support people getting their medicine. Otherwise, they will get withdrawals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify in this matter? If not, questions, members from the judiciary first? If not, you want to ask?
Questions, Rep. Ward.
Mr. Chang, you're still here. You're very articulate. I always appreciate your response. And for those who've come from Kauai, that's even more special.
Thank you, Rep. Ward.
If I was a user or a card holder, why would I come to your dispensary rather than his or someone else's?
Well,
or is it just location?
I think location has a lot to do with it, Rep. Ward. I think the main reason, what we're all told here in Hawaii when you open a business is you have to have parking. So I think it really just comes down to ease of getting to that location and parking in that location. But there are some dispensaries that sell some specific products. So I'll give, for an example, on the Big Island, Hawaiian Ethos, which Mr. Hong here testified to, they're one of the best makers of a solventless hash product. So they take cannabis plants and they take them and they freeze them right away when they're harvested, and they use water, cold ice water, to shake off the parts of the plant that have the medicine. And then they take that water, they filter it, and then they produce medicine out of that. And it takes a lot of water, it takes a lot of labor, and it takes special plants that are grown for this specific process. And so that's a product we'd love to have here on Oahu. None of the three licenses here presently offer that product, just because we are growing 15, 20 strains at one time in a room. Because we're vertically integrated, we can't have horizontal models where we would love to be able to purchase one specific strain from one specific grower that can grow that strain in an entire room. That means that plant can get the same feed as the same timing. It gets harvested at the same time, where currently all the licenses are forced to just jam-pack different types of plants into the room and harvest them at different points in time. So it would really make it easier for us, and it would make it cheaper for the patients at the end of
And
the
that
day.
would be, and I understand now more thoroughly, this is product diversification.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
right
getting
now,
suppliers.
That's right. Currently, one of the reasons why we were so expensive was because we had to be good at everything. We were cooks that had to make everything from the dessert, from the appetizers to the dessert. Now we can go with wholesale, hopefully, and with new licenses coming into the market, we can specifically buy specific products from each license and just focus on our core competencies instead of having to do a little bit of everything not very well. We can focus on just doing something really well at the end of the day.
If we allow the interdispensary exchange with this, what happens if one of the dispensaries goes really low ball on their prices and they take over the market? Is that a possible consequence of this bill?
Well,
in other words,
I don't.
It's called penetration pricing, where you just jump as low as you can to get as much of the market, and then you slowly raise up your prices again after you've decimated your competition.
I think that the licensees have been very prudent when it comes to the size of their expansion and how quickly they can grow. You know, mentioning this cost war that you're talking about and alluding to, that is occurring here on Oahu already, and that is the main reason why there are 149 ounces that are currently available. I've actually contemplated going down to $99 an ounce
So
in the
all
next
the
little
prices
while.
of the dispensaries are different then?
They are different right now, but everyone has to compete at that lower level, though. So Aloha Green may have 149 ounces currently, but NOAA has 180, I think, about, and Cure is about 199 or 200 an ounce at their lowest price point. I could go down as low as 99 next week, or we likely will have those sales for 420 next month. So if I could do some advertising, that'd be great. Another reason why we're not so successful is we can't advertise, and I can't put an ad on the Star Advertiser or go on the radio and tell people we have $99 ounces available at Aloha Green. I can't say that.
Social media also cannot?
Pardon? No, social media cannot. Yeah, that's right. We cannot. So it makes it very difficult. So when in the public and the community you perpetuate these ideas of dispensaries being very expensive, that sticks, right? That it's very sticky. It's very difficult for us to convince people. No, it's not true. Where I can show you the menu right now, and I guarantee you there is cheaper products out there that are available. It might not be right for you as a patient, but it is available. So we're not here to tell you we have the best product or we have the product that's going to be best for you. We're just telling you we do have pricing now that can meet a variety of people's needs, and the illicit market is not a reasoning for, oh, it's cheaper. That's why we should go there.
That was very educational.
Thank you, Rep. Ward.
Thank you. Rep. Cochran, go ahead.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Aloha, thank you. I was just trying to think in my head about equating like big box stores that, took out our little mom and pops and what have you. So is that a potential?
Yeah, so that's something that we are afraid of as well. I think the 8 licensees, when they first got the license, there was a residency requirement that the shareholders and even the beneficiaries had to be residents of Hawaii. They used a 5-year test to say that you had to have been living here for 5 years before. And I think the judges or the evaluators who chose the licensees were very thoughtful in that regard. So all 8 licenses are owned by local families or local businesses and local shareholders, right? Aloha Green already, I say we're 78% owned by people who live in the state of Hawaii, and about 20%, 21% that are owned elsewhere, either from the mainland in the US, some Japanese investors even, which is pretty crazy. They're pretty scared, but they are invested in Aloha Green, and as well, some from other jurisdictions that believe in legal cannabis. I think there is a potential, some people have brought it up, that MSOs or these multi-state operators are going to come in and take over. But I think that the bill is actually pretty good right now at limiting ownership and not allowing for transfers. The Department of Health, there's one such transfer that did occur where it wasn't a real transfer, but it was 2 corporate companies that had to amalgamate and become one. And the Department of Health was very thorough in investigating and looking at the ownership structure to make sure that it wasn't some sham transaction to allow for any kind of foreign ownership to come in. So they were kept whole and they ended up being mushed together, but it was shown that they were still Hawaiian owned and operated. So I do think it's very important. I think the longer we do delay, though, as one of the last democratically run states to potentially legalize, we are doing ourselves a disservice in that already the 24 other states in the United States are already ahead of us. They've already built programs out. They've built individuals that I've actually just spoke to another Hawaiian, a guy that grew up in Waimanalo. He owns some licenses in Las Vegas, as well as in Arizona, and he came back to just talk to me because he's like, maybe this could happen. Maybe I can come home, and maybe I can come back to, start a cannabis company here in Hawaii. Aloha Green, we partnered with a company called Auntie Aloha, 2 local wahine. One went to Iolani, the other went to public school, but they both tried to get one of the licenses. They were unsuccessful, so they opened up their business in California, making Hawaiian-flavored adult gummies at 5 milligrams. So they're micro-dose, they're pretty low dosing. We were able to license with them and bring them back. Now, both of them have homes again here in Hawaii, and one is putting her child in school here because of that, and they were able to move back this year. But these are the stories that people don't hear about. I think the legislation that you propose and you look at, you can craft how this industry is going to grow. We've seen that, California, Colorado may not have been the best, or even Oregon may not have been the best ways to go, and they just said, let it be free and we'll see what happens. It'll be a nice experiment. Now you're seeing some Republican states like Ohio that have legalized recently, and they're very strict. They put up some rules, they put up benchmarks so as to make sure that the things that happened in California and Colorado do not happen in those states. But thank you very much for the question.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from Ag Committee? Seeing none, back to you.
Okay, I think, so we've covered the 2 bills for which we have the combined committee jurisdiction. So I'd like to move into decision-making, and let's move to the top of the agenda, Senate Bill 3335. And I appreciate everyone's input on this. And I am really trying to follow the lead of the Attorney General to come up with a balanced, reasonable, and moderate bill that protects public safety and public health, and basically sets up a regulatory framework so that we can have an industry, adult use cannabis industry, that will function well and is fair and reasonable. So here are my suggestions, members. I would like to make amendments to this bill. And the first amendment would be, if you want to follow along in the bill itself, page 28, line 1, I'd like to clarify that colleges and universities may allow possession or use for adults over 21. They could regulate it. They could limit where it might be, but I would like to clarify that they may allow possession and use of cannabis for adults over 21. On page 32, lines 4 and 5, I want to insert a new criteria for board membership out of deference to the Agriculture Committee and recognizing this is an agricultural product, that I want 1 member of the board who shall have expertise in Hawaii's agricultural community. Page 65, line 12 to 17, I want to modify this regarding employment. I want to put in the authority may refuse to employ, so the current language says that the authority may refuse to employ or deny employment to an applicant or terminate or refuse to secure the services of any contractor or subcontractor if the person has been convicted of a crime and if the executive director finds by reason of the nature and circumstances of the crime that the person poses a risk to the integrity of the authority. I'd like to add language that mirrors the provision found on page 97, section 4, which allows for someone who has been convicted of a felony to serve after 10 years have lapsed. I do believe in redemption. On page 76, medical use for minors, I want to make sure that we are clear here, that, add language that carves out an exemption for a caregiver administering non-smokable cannabis to an under 21 medical card holder on school grounds and in a vehicle. Also carves out an exemption for medical cannabis use, as I said, for faculty and students in universities on page 90, page 91, lines 7 and 9, page 76, lines 13 and 14. On page 87, A51, I want to reinstate the provisions from HRS 329-125.5 by adding A, B to replace this current language in C and D, lines 9 to 18. Page 88, line 4, I want to follow the AG's amendments, remove provision F. Page 88, line 13, again, following the AG's, the Attorney General's amendments to amend section G. On page 93, on section A62 regarding unlawful sale of cannabis to persons under the age of 21, I want to have this mirror what the current statutes is regarding alcohol. Oh, that's the next one. Which one here? Page 93, A62, unlawful sale of cannabis to persons under 21 will be amended to a lower penalty, sorry. So it'll be a lower penalty. Currently, it's a felony A or B, and I want to amend that to a misdemeanor. This penalty will apply to both marijuana flower and marijuana concentrate. A63, expungement, I recognize it's not sufficient. I've talked to other members, they want it strengthened, but I want to leave it the way it is now. I recognize it would cause some concern with law enforcement, the paroling board, and others, including, we've got other vehicles working on this, HB 1595, Senate Bill 2706. So we'll work on expungement in those vehicles. Page 207 to 209, the provisions regarding consuming cannabis while driving and the open container law, that language is too strict, and the consumption of cannabis is not completely analogous to alcohol, which is what I think that language is modeled after. So I'd like to make some changes there which maintain the penalty as is currently in the language for consuming cannabis while driving, but lowers the penalty for an open container. What I'm looking at here, it has to do with edibles, because if you open up a container of edibles and you have it in your backpack, that's an open container, and that would be a problem. And if you're on a bus, if you're in a taxi, a ride share, that could be a problem. So I want to modify that. Page 213, line 5. Medical cannabis users under 21 are not subject to zero tolerance, but are subject to the 10 nanogram limit. Just I want to make sure that people understand that. Page 275, line 19, which adds under 21 cannabis use to HRS 712-1249, promoting a detrimental drug in the third degree. We'll be adopting the amendment as suggested in the Hawaii Alliance for Cannabis Reform, Amendment number 2, which aligns the offense with penalties for others convicted under this statute. We just want to make it consistent. And on page 280 and 281, I want to delete sections 41F and incorporating the provisions in section 42 into the provision relating to the distribution of cannabis to under 21-year-old. Sorry, members, this best way I could do this. Okay, some other changes. Page 28, line 13 and 14. I just want to clarify the intent in subparagraph A-5, regarding a larger residence. It's a little confusing the way that's written. I would like to delete the provisions on page 42, the provisions of the paragraph as it relates to, quote, close associates of any licensed business may be considered. I think that's an unreasonable search in violation of, that might have constitutional protections. Page 91, line 19 to page 92, line 13. It's not clear what the difference is between cannabis paraphernalia and cannabis accessories. Because cannabis accessories is a defined term, I want to use that, so I'm going to change the section so that we use that word. Page 196, line 16. I want to make sure that, the quote, the sale of cannabis is not included in, quote, retail sale of cannabis. It's not a defined term. So therefore, where the word sale of medical cannabis is referenced, an exclusion for wholesaling is necessary. So that'll be in, we'll make that change there. And then we'll need to make some technical amendments as well. It already contains blank appropriations, a blank effective date. And then finally, I'd like to adopt the amendments from the Hawaii Youth Services Network, which clarifies that grants in the social equity program would be able to be provided to child care, preschool, after-school, and summer programs, and programs that build youth resiliency by county and program outcomes, and other related amendments that they suggest in Hawaii Youth Services Network. Okay, sorry for all that, but that's my recommendation. Questions or concerns from the Judiciary Committee?
I have comments.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Vice Chair.
Chair, I appreciate the work, tremendous amount of work that you and your staff have put into this measure. I really do. However, my concerns deal with the mixed message that we may be sending to our young people. You know, I've met with our teenagers who are struggling to get off using flavored vapes, and they do struggle. Passage of this bill would make it available, e-cigarettes available, containing much more potent substances. I know this bill has a ways to go, but for now, I'll be voting with reservations. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you very much for your concerns. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Tarnas and Chair Gates, for all of your hard work when it comes to cannabis legislation generally, and more importantly, your due diligence. I will be voting no on this measure. I understand the economic benefits and the opportunity here to better regulate the industry. However, I do have serious concerns about the public safety aspects of passing this measure. And as we heard from the testimony from the Department of the Prosecuting Attorney and the Department of Health and also our police department, this could potentially open up the floodgates to an increase in crime. And my community, especially out in West Oahu and in Kapolei and Makakilo, we have a vibrant community with young families and elderly and some vulnerable segments of the population, and I'm really concerned about the public safety aspect. Also, just in addition to that, out in West Oahu, we just don't have the infrastructure in place to deal with an uptick in crime based on our D8 situation and the fact that we need more police stations and substations. So if this were to increase crime, we are already at max capacity out there. So I just don't know how we as a West Side community, specifically as a legislator from the West Side, would deal with something of that nature. So thank you for your work, and I will be voting no. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Other comments? Representative Ichiyama.
Thank you, Chair Tarnas and Chair Gates. Thank you, Chair Tarnas and Chair Gates, for your work on this measure. I can tell by the numerous amendments that this bill is probably still a work in progress. But I just wanted to note that I'll be voting no. I don't feel like this is the right bill at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Representative Holt.
Thank you, Chairs, for all your work on this measure. You know, when we implemented the medical program, we didn't have any dispensaries for the patients to buy their products. So, you know, now we're going down the path of decriminalizing cannabis this year in a larger amount, and I feel like it's important for us to have a safe and legal place for people to buy this. You know, if we're gonna go and legalize a larger amount and the only place that they can buy it is from drug dealers, then that's not a good, you know, path that we're setting up. You know, these dispensaries will not have meth and fentanyl like the drug dealers on the streets will have. So I understand the concerns for increasing crime, but I'm not convinced totally that that would happen with the black market and such. But yes, thank you, and I'll be supporting this measure.
Thank you very much. Other comments or concerns from the Judiciary Committee members? If not, we'll go ahead and take the vote for Judiciary.
Voting on Senate Bill 3335 SD2 with amendments. Chair votes aye. Vice Chair votes with reservations. Noting the no votes of Representatives Ichiyama and Souza. Well, let me just call the roll. Representative Evslin. Aye. Representative Ganadin. Aye.
Representative Holt. Representative Ichiyama, no. Representative Iligan. Representative Kong. No vote for Representative Kong. Representative Miyake. No vote for Representative Souza. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. To you, Chair Gates.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Before I give the recommendation, I just want to give a big mahalo to Rep. Tarnas for all this hard work that he put in on this measure, as well as our Senate counterparts. As you know, I'm the chair of the Agriculture and Food Systems Committee, and this bill will also incorporate hemp under it, which can become a really large entity in terms of being an economic stimulant for our state. As we know, we're very reliant on tourism, and the opportunity to have regulations on something that has been unregulated for so long, that has been in the black market for so long, and potentially has contributed to criminal activities because there is no regulation and there isn't any place, as Rep. Holt mentioned, to purchase it necessarily legally. Besides the dispensaries, that we definitely are moving in the right direction to help bring more oversight to this industry. And I believe the issues that were brought up by the prosecutor has been somewhat fear-mongering because, as we know, cannabis isn't accessible to children. And I think that's been one of the biggest concerns for members in the community, as well as members in this committee, that legalizing cannabis, or through this bill, youth in our community will have more access to it. But I want to make clear that this is not the intent of the legislature, that this bill regulates it for 21 and over only, no youth. And I believe that the funding from the collection of taxes can go towards addressing those issues of youth epidemics that relate to vaping as well as cannabis usage. So I think that we have been talking about how to go after people who are selling to our kids, that there hasn't been the resources allocated towards that. And I think that this bill will help us to achieve getting the regulations and the oversight and control of our communities back from those in the criminal element. So I just want to say that we know that federal regulation could be on the horizon, and that we would hate for our communities not to have the economic opportunities to really stay here in Hawaii, given the cost of living is so high. And so I think that with all of that being said, it is the right time for us to move this forward, and I appreciate all the hard work of the committee members as well as the chair. And so with that being said, my recommendation will be the same as judiciary. And members, any questions, comments, and concerns? Go ahead, Rep. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. In the language of the legislature, I do not concur. And there's a number of reasons for that. I'm really disappointed in this committee when we hear everybody who's against it and we turn around and we say, okay, we're going to pass it now. That's why we got an 18% approval rating. That's why they don't trust us. That's why they say, I've spent time and money to come down here and you guys don't listen. Okay, that's only number one. Number two, not everybody in this state, contrary to what has been said, is for marijuana. My district is not for marijuana. So when you say, well, everybody in Hawaii is for marijuana, that is not true. You have not done a survey.
I didn't say that.
Well, whoever said it.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Don't attribute that to me.
Why I do not concur with what this, everybody's in for marijuana, because they don't know the consequences of a lot of the things that the prosecutor said and some of the others have said. Okay, number three. In my some of you know I've been here for 25 years. I've never seen a bill so against the people of Hawaii, rather than for the people of Hawaii, than this bill. The unintended consequences are going to be huge. I'm not a prophet, but what these places in other states have gone through, what the cries of the people from the west side have said, what the HPD have said, which the pastors on the ground have said, which the youth have said, we're not listening to them. There's the one who see these people racked up day after day, and we're not listening. That is a crying shame against the people of Hawaii. My fifth reason, follow the money. I've heard so many economic reasons here about, hey, we're going to make big time. Listen to what I said earlier about if China pulls out its $2 billion, we're going to be in a huge deficit. You think we're going to make money, we're going to create jobs? Japan, sorry. Yeah, Japan. We've got to be realistic about what we're doing. This is an economic issue. You guys who've got the dispensaries, supposedly you're making money. In fact, I can't understand why you would even want this bill, this bill to pass, because they're going to compete with you guys and they're going to beat you. Or you're going to buy from them and sell as a good markup and you're going to make money. So from that market point of view, it's a losing proposition. So follow the money and the numbers don't work out. Number 8. I hate to say it, but we need to build our communities, not destroy them. What we've heard from the heartbeat of those who are seeing on the front line and the trouble, we are going to dumb and numb down the people of Hawaii, particularly the young people, and particularly those who don't know any better, and for those who think that this is not a gateway, those who think that this is just fun and games. We're not listening to what happened in Colorado. We're not listening to what happened in California. We are reinventing the wheel, thinking that we are going to escape it, and I think we're fooling ourselves if we think the black market is not going to proliferate. I think that is so naive that those people are going to make a quick buck, and they're going to put their prices so low that the dispensaries and those that are legitimate guys are going to be sorry for it, or they're going to start buying from them. This is macroeconomic, it's microeconomic. That's the reality. I cannot see anything good. In fact, all you guys who wanted it are economically based. You don't see what the downside, and you haven't addressed those. If you can address all the things that the prosecutor said, then hey, well, let's look at it. But I haven't heard anything other than here's the economic benefit. We're going to decriminalize people. If you listen to what the HPD and the prosecutor said, if you smoke marijuana, you get a parking ticket. What is it, $125, and we just lowered that. You get a parking ticket. The point is, we have basically already decriminalized the marijuana. Name me one place you can't get marijuana in the state of Hawaii, or in this building, or in any place in Honolulu. It's proliferated all over the place. And so we're going to pass a bill to make it even more legitimate to our young people. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I have no strong feelings about this bill and how bad it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to address some of those concerns, 56% of the Hawaii residents polled in a recent Star Advertiser poll supports it. So I believe that the legislature is moving in the direction that the public wants us to move. That's why we're here now. And then in regards to usage amongst young people, as DOH mentioned, there isn't a significant increase when legalization is enacted.
What was the margin of error of your survey, sir?
The margin of error is probably 4%.
Okay, that means
but it's still majority. Still majority, and as the prosecutor has been corrected in terms of the increase in crime related to cannabis. But lastly, right now we have a current free-for-all, and that if we have some regulatory framework that we can actually gain some control over it rather than just letting it run wild. And as a Republican regarding the dispensaries right now, you would know that.
Do you think if I'm growing marijuana, I'm going to suddenly
you would
become
know
a
that
goody two-shoes?
free market is something that we look forward to and support
Kendrick,
inside of
you're
a
smart man, but
capitalist
that is very
society.
naive.
So
You're not going to
right
make
now
goody
there's a
two-shoes
monopoly
out
on
of people
it.
who are in the black market.
Okay.
It just ain't going to happen.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Rep. Cochran.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work that's gone into this, so I appreciate. And I'm a WR with comments, but I do see this something potentially good, as we work through this. It goes through the system and the process. I had I did have a very pleasurable meeting with Prosecutor Alm and also HIDAT, Chief Yabuta of previously Maui County. They shared some eye-opening statistics and things, that I have tucked away in the back of my mind and sifting through that. But also, to be honest, my past history, in crime is no secret. And I'll tell you, I was never a pothead. I never liked it, but I jumped straight to some pretty hard stuff that got me in a really big trouble. So I never saw pot as a gateway for me personally. So, I see more issues, especially in Maui, especially after the wildfires, with meth, fentanyl. People are committing suicide on the hard drugs. You do not die. I'm sorry, you cannot OD on pot. It's just not gonna happen. Maybe if it's laced with something, but people like Maui AIDS Foundation have little test strips. You can test, you wanna test your drug, let's make sure you're taking a safe, illegal drug. But I mean, you know, we gotta just, people gonna do things, just make sure they're safe doing it, I guess. My office actually has Narcan. You know, it's a big issue now. So Narcan adjusts opioids. That's, you know, legal and it's on the market, on the streets and everything else. So personally, I'd like to see more cracking down on the heavy stuff. This in particular, it's a good medicinal purpose. And for me, I don't, I have really nothing against marijuana itself, but I think we need to make sure it is properly regulated. It isn't gonna have negative effects on our children. I mean, it is a drug that kind of does tamper down motivation a lot. So it's a mellower sort of type of outcome. But again, I think education, right, and just making sure that it's in the responsible hands of people. So that's my comment. And I know the legal, alcohol and things that I'm in the program. So that took me down some really ugly, an ugly road, and I'm grateful to be away from it. But that's everywhere. So I think that kind of stuff really needs to be addressed more so. That's my comments and my reasons for a WR.
Thank you for sharing that and reiterating that this is a medicinal plant. Mahalo. Any other comments, questions, members? Good. Okay. Vice Chair for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Voting on SB 3335 SD2, Chair's recommendation along with the other committees is to pass with amendments. Both Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Cochran?
WR.
Representative Lowen? Representative Peruso, excuse. Representative Woodson?
Strong reservations.
Representative Ward? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you, members. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, now moving on to Senate Bill 2461. I'd like to move this out with technical amendments and defect the effective date. Questions or concerns, judiciary members? Seeing none, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on Senate Bill 2461 SD2 with amendments. All members being present. Any reservations or noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you.
Same request, Chair of, yeah. Members, any comments, questions, concerns? Okay. Vice Chair for the vote. Oh, Rep. Ward, go ahead.
I'm going to side unusually with the Department of Health. I think they've stated their case quite well, so I'm a no on this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, Vice Chair for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Voting on SB 2461 SD2, Chair's recommendation is to pass with amendments, noting the presence of all members except for the excused absence of Rep. Peruso. Any members voting with reservations? Any members voting no besides Representative Ward? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. The Judiciary Committee, if you would be so kind as to stick with us, let's get this rest of the agenda done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thanks to the members of Agriculture.
Is that it for ag? Oh, okay.
Okay, we're moving on to Senate Bill 2017 SD1 relating to, if you could all talk outside, it'd be great. Relating to financial support of a child after driving under the influence. Could you please talk outside? Please, talk outside. Okay. Senate Bill 2017 SD1. First up, we have Office of the Public Defender in opposition. Office of the Public Defender on Senate Bill 2017.
I'm on Zoom, Chair.
Go ahead, sir. Now I hear you.
Hi, this is William Benta from the Public Defender's Office. We are in opposition to this bill only because we believe that this is an area for the civil court and not for the criminal courts. I just want to point out that if a person does not pay their restitution, their probationary period or their jail time cannot be extended by law. And so what happens is a freestanding order is prepared and filed by the court related to restitution, which is enforceable in the civil court. notwithstanding all of the issues that we've outlined regarding how a criminal judge sitting in a criminal case would be able to assess restitution as described in the bill, we have the other issues of the fact that it really is only going to be enforced in the civil courts anyway. Lastly, I would like to point out that for these types of cases, the defense, the public defender's office, would have to retain experts to be able to look in a far-reaching way as to what the expense would be so we can properly advise our client what they would be looking at as far as restitution costs, and that would add to it. We do believe this is something that should be reserved for our civil courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation with comments. Next, we have testimony from the Department of Transportation in support. Not present. And then next testimony from Mothers Against Drunk Driving Hawaii in support, Alice Liu. Not present. And then testimony and support from 5 individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? If not, questions, members? If not, we'll move on. Thank you to the testifiers. 2193, Senate Bill 2193, relating to computer crime. First up, Mr. Bento, Office of the Public Defender.
All right. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, and members of the committee. William Bento, the Public Defender's Office. We do oppose the bill only because we understand that privacy interests are very important, but the use of a computing device, which includes a cell phone, would actually increase the penalty. So the actual crime itself of violating privacy is a Class C felony or a misdemeanor, but if you use a cell phone, it becomes a Class B felony or a Class C felony. And we believe that this will cause a lot of confusion and problems in adjudication of these cases. It'll cause a lot more litigation as far as the adjudication of these cases. So we would oppose the measure and ask that it be left as is. And in reality, you know, the ability to use a cell phone to access, I'm confused with another bill. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you sticking with us. Next, we have testimony and support from the Honolulu Police Department. Thomas Chang, not present. Testimony and support from the Honolulu Department of the Prosecuting Attorney. Mr. Hugo, thanks for your patience.
Good afternoon, Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Takayama, and Representative Ganadin. The Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, I'm Daniel Hugo, representing the Department of the Prosecuting Attorney for the City and County of Honolulu. We strongly support this bill. The use of a computer in the commission of a separate crime statute recognizes the amplified harm that occurs when computers are used with certain crimes. And if you look at the 10 predicates that are already in place, they are crimes that are usually targeted against children, crimes that are used in domestic violence, or crimes that are associated with sexual offenses. And the violation of privacy in the first and second degree falls within that class. So we believe that they should be added as predicates for this crime. I'm available for questions, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. And then we received testimony and support from 3 individuals. Anyone else wishing to testify on Senate Bill 2193? If not, questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much to the testifiers. Let's move on to 2197, Senate Bill 2197, relating to gambling offenses. First up, Mr. Bento. You're on a roll, sir. Keep going.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. William Bento of the Public Defender's Office. We do oppose this bill because of the ramifications to perhaps even just passive partners in the ownership of real property. The real issue here is whether that property might get lost in a civil asset forfeiture because it's being used for criminal activity. People rent out homes. Sometimes they don't even live in the state and they're renting out a property. How it's used really is for law enforcement to crack down on those people. To go after the landlords, we feel is a stretch. And so we see there's unintended consequences of this type of measure, especially for people that might be passive owners in real property. And we've outlined that in our written testimony. We're available for questioning as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony and support from the Honolulu Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, Gabe Huntington. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Chair, members, Vice Chair. We propose this because in 2022, the legislature amended the advanced gambling statute to try to specifically get to the property owners. And as written with this previous language, which was from 1973, it basically gives a defense that we could never overcome at trial. Right now, we could charge landowners, but we couldn't win at trial. And the basis of that is this language where it says, or takes no efforts to prevent its occurrence. That or takes no efforts mean if they take any efforts, they demonstrate that at trial. It then is on us to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that they took no efforts, which we would never be able to do, because they could just call the guy up, say, knock it off, we took efforts, judge instructs them, the jury cannot. That's an absolute defense at that point. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And testimony and support from the Honolulu Police Department? Not present. Anyone else wishing to testify in Senate Bill 2197? If not, questions, members? Representative Ganadin.
I'll be quick, Chair. Officer,
Fine, take your time.
Officer of the Prosecutor. I'm assuming you have some data on this because you testified on it. So how many cases have gone to trial using this new legislation?
None, because it would be a violation of my duties as a prosecutor to charge a case where I didn't have a reasonable likelihood of success on the merits.
They were all kicked out by a motion from defense or just in pretrial or
No, I cannot charge this. If I charge this, it would be a violation of my duties.
I'm not sure if that's
So,
true.
as it's written, I could charge it, but I know I couldn't win. Therefore, I have a duty not to charge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks very much to the testifiers. Let's move on to the next measure, Senate Bill 2310, relating to harassment. First up, the Attorney General. Deputy Attorney General Tricia Nakamatsu. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Attorney General Tricia Nakamatsu, appearing on behalf of the Department of the Attorney General. We are in opposition to this bill. However, it's not for lack of seeing the issue that the bill is trying to address. We do believe it's an issue. We believe this happens, and we absolutely support prosecuting those types of incidents. However, we do believe that this type of activity is already covered under existing statutes and at a higher level. In fact, a C felony under HRS Section 803-4288, which basically makes it a Class C felony to use a mobile tracking device, which is largely similar to the term location tracker used in this bill, without first getting a search warrant or having the person's consent. Available for questions, if any.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testimony from William Bento, Office of Public Defender.
And good evening once again, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. It's one of those unusual circumstances where we agree with the Attorney General's office in relation to this particular measure. We do believe that this is a matter that's already covered by statute. And in fact, by passing this bill, we would run into what attorneys call the Modica problem, which is having to, under which statute do you charge an offense? And so it would be best for us to keep what we have and not pass anything new in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Honolulu Department of Prosecuting Attorney, Mr. Hugo.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Department of the Prosecuting Attorney supports this bill. We've offered 2 amendments that we believe could address the concerns that have been raised by both the Attorney General and the Office of the Public Defender. I'm going to start with the Modica issue. We believe that if, as it is currently written, this would essentially make 803-4288 a lesser included offense of the proposed offense, which would be a problem because the proposed offense is of a lower grade than the currently existing law. However, we would point out that this law does have an aggravating circumstance, which is the installation of the tracker with a separate criminal intent to harass, stalk, or perpetuate a crime. And given that, we believe that raising this to a Class C felony would eliminate that Modica issue. It would also recognize the fact that this is the same conduct that is punished by 803-42A8, aggravated by the separate criminal intent. We also do recommend rewording the bill so that the intent prepositional phrase with intent to harass, stalk, or perpetuate a crime against another person is moved next to if that person, so that there's no confusion about whether that phrase applies to the victim's lack of knowledge or the intent of the defendant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have testimony from several individuals as well. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on Senate Bill 2310? If not, questions, members? Seeing none, let's move on. Thank you. Senate Bill 2757 relating to sex trafficking. On this, we have testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. We have testimony with comments from the Honolulu Department of the Prosecuting Attorney. Mr. Hugo.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The intent of the proposed bill is to pattern it after the TVPA, which is a federal law, but it's always perilous to simply copy a federal law because it doesn't copy over the federal case law, and that's particularly true for Hawaii courts. We would just point to our written testimony where we note that the separate offenses of commercial sexual exploitation of a minor and sex trafficking do address different aspects of this problem. And so while we would support an intent to align ourselves with federal enforcement, we're not certain that this is the best way to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have testimony and support from the Honolulu Police Department. Major Lambert. Testimony and support from the Maui Prosecutor's Office. Testimony and support from Michael Goloyut, not present. And testimony and support from, looks like 8 other individuals. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure, Senate Bill 2757? If not, questions, members? Representative Gannon?
So, the prosecutor's office here in Honolulu. Sorry, Mr. Hugo, we sat through a long one. Trying to get my brain right. Currently, the prosecutors have the option of charging with a lower charge, the lesser included charge of promoting prostitution. Is that correct?
Yes. Promoting prostitution does not have the aggravating circumstances of either advancing or promoting prostitution with respect to a minor or by using force, fraud, or coercion.
Is promoting prostitution a petty misdemeanor?
It is a Class B felony.
Class B felony. Oh, I was all off on that one. You're essentially telling the committee by redefining the HRS and aligning it with the federal definition, putting in recklessness, the office of the prosecutor might not be able to charge defendants with promoting prostitution. Is that correct?
Right, and that's because the mental state for promoting prostitution is intentional and knowing. So if you add a lesser mental state to the higher offense, it no longer would be a lesser included offense.
And so that's sort of less cards in your deck then, less options for you.
Yes, and it makes for less efficient prosecution as well.
All right, I think this is an important distinction to make, Chair, so that, if this bill doesn't move forward, then, there's reasons. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, let's move on. Senate Bill 3033 relating to physical evidence. We have testimony from the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General Mark Tom. Thanks for your patience, sir.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Attorney General Mark Tom for the department. I'll make this really short. Thank you so much to this committee for hearing this bill, as it is part of the department's package of bills for this legislative session. We are in support of Senate Bill 3033. This bill amends 710-1076 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, which is tampering with physical evidence. It's basically just utilizing terms from the Model Penal Code to increase the scope of when tampering with physical evidence is an offense. I will be here for any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have testimony and support from one individual. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? If not, questions, members? No? Okay, let's move on. Senate Bill 3034 relating to penal liability. First up, Attorney General Michelle Pu, Deputy Attorney General. Thank you for your patience. Please proceed.
Good evening, sirs. First of all, my name is Michelle Pu'u. I'm a Deputy Attorney General in the Criminal Justice Division of our department, which just means that we are the statewide prosecutors. We are very thankful that you have put this bill on your agenda. It is part of our package. We are seeking to revise the current definition of intoxication to make it an affirmative defense under the law. Fair and just prosecutions are tantamount to our mission as prosecutors, and requiring a thorough investigation into the legitimacy of defenses a defendant may rely upon is imperative. Designation of this as an affirmative defense will ensure that both sides share an interest in the preservation of all relevant evidence to that effect. It will ensure that cases are resolved on actual evidence rather than tactical delayed disclosure of defenses. Thank you, and I'm available for questions should you have any.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Office of the Public Defender.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. William Bento on behalf of the Public Defender's Office. Our office strongly opposes this bill for several reasons. First, it shifts the burden of proof from the government, the prosecution, to the defense to establish by a preponderance of the evidence that the defense is viable. Our office will oppose at all times the shifting of that burden because it's a slow erosion of a defendant's rights and of the government's responsibility to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. Secondly, the definition of substantial capacity that's used in the bill is not consistent with the current definition in the statute. The definition proposed seems to say that it's impairment to such a degree that only an extremely limited amount remains. And we've cited commentary to 704-400 from this body's own record to indicate that this is not the purpose of this is not consistent with what that language should mean, substantial capacity. And so we have great concerns that what we would be looking at is having to prove by a preponderance that a person was so intoxicated that basically they couldn't do anything. And that would be tantamount to no defense at all. I want to point out one thing that the Attorney General commented on, and that is the idea that these are defenses that are, in a sense, sneak attacks. The Attorney General knows that at a pretrial conference on any case, at the very beginning, when the case is first brought to a trial judge, we have a pretrial conference and we have to disclose defenses, and we have a continuing duty to disclose those defenses. And so there's no surprise if we are to run such a defense. And usually the facts of the case would clearly demonstrate that this would be a defense that might be in play. I just want to also point out that I've been doing this for many, many years, over almost 36 years, or over 36 years, excuse me. And cases dealing with pathological intoxication are extremely rare. And so we're talking about a very limited situation here. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony and support from Maui County Department of the Prosecuting Attorney and Hawaii Police Department, neither of whom are here. Anyone else wishing to testify on Senate Bill 3034? If not, questions, members? Representative Gannon?
To the Department of the Attorney General.
Move that microphone closer.
Yeah. Good evening, Ms. Pu.
Hi.
Hi. This bill was introduced by request to the Senate. Was there a specific case that the Office of the Attorney General had in mind?
There was.
Can you explain to the committee what that case was?
State versus Michael Hirokawa.
What happened?
It was a sexual assault and attempted murder case. The involuntary intoxication defense was first raised in a motion regarding bail 4 months after the case had already been indicted. It is correct what Mr. Bento states, that defenses need to be disclosed at what's called a pretrial conference. The point of this designation as an affirmative defense is that we would be aware of it more earlier in the investigative process, wherein if this defense is going to be raised, we would have the ability to preserve evidence. We would have the ability to know that perhaps the defendant should undergo a toxicology screen. And the defense would have an interest in preserving that evidence as well, because they would have a burden of proof, at least some burden of proof, in presenting that defense to a preponderance of the evidence. The state would still have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt that that's not the case. And it's not just pathological intoxication. This case was an involuntary intoxication case where the defendant argued that he was involuntarily intoxicated by the victim in the case. And basically the way the jury instruction read and why we included the definition we did of lacks substantial capacity, which is not defined in the penal code right now, in 702.230, where the intoxication defense right now is listed, is because that's what we utilized in the jury instruction in that case. Judge Wong decided that that was the best definition we could come up with, because the only time that definition has been given is in insanity cases, because that same terminology is used in insanity cases. It's also utilized in this definition in 702.230. So we figured because it's not defined in the statute, this was the most reasonable and fair instruction that we could provide to the trier of fact, the jury, to understand what lacks substantial capacity would mean to a person.
Then, do you really need law to continue this practice of defining substantial capacity?
No, sir. We need this law in order to challenge the defense and to ensure that valuable evidence is preserved at the best juncture of the investigative process. Because once that evidence is lost, it's lost forever.
But with respect, maybe the time to preserve evidence is not, when you're already headed to trial. It's, when the investigatory team is working, the police department is doing their job, and they should know the law as well as you and the defense attorneys, as to how evidence might be presented at trial.
That's the problem, though. If you don't know the defense is going to be raised, and there's nothing in the evidence or the investigation that would indicate as such, you wouldn't know what evidence needs to be preserved.
Well, Ms. Pu'u, I mean, you can.
And you also
nobody
can't.
can see the future, but I feel that maybe a good investigator will be able to see how a defense could be raised and how they might be able to firm up their evidence for a forthcoming trial.
Right. And you would know, sir, that I have no authority to secure a defendant's urine or blood sample at the outset of an investigation if I don't have probable cause to do so to justify that seizure under the law. I can't do that. So if the defense is going to argue that he's been involuntarily intoxicated and he was at the time of the offense, they have an interest in preserving that evidence just as much as I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate the robust discussion. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next measure. Senate Bill 3036, relating to offenses against public health and morals. On this, first up, the Attorney General. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Chair Tarnas, members of the committee. I'm Albert Cook, Deputy Attorney General in the Criminal Justice Division. The department requests that this bill be passed to close the loophole created by the Supreme Court majority in State versus Ibarra, where it was a human trafficking case and repayment of a loan. The court found that the repayment of a loan cannot be the basis for profits from prostitution in sex trafficking and promoting prostitution cases. And getting the victims of trafficking or prostitution indebted to traffickers or pimps by paying for the victim's travel, paying for their room and board, paying for drugs or other items, and then making the victims engage in prostitution in an attempt to discharge the debt is a common tactic of traffickers. And State versus Ibarra made it impossible for law enforcement to prosecute sex trafficking and promoting prostitution cases when a debt or loan is involved. So this bill closes that loophole by clarifying the definition of profits from prostitution to include repayment of a loan or debt. And then the bill also moves the definitions of advances prostitution and profits from prostitution from an independent section 712, 1201, and into the sex trafficking and promoting prostitution statutes themselves. So the department urges the committee to pass this bill, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from the Office of the Public Defender.
Good evening once again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Office of the Public Defender does oppose this measure. We believe that Ibarra was decided properly, and the facts of the case seem to suggest that the person, Ibarra, that was prosecuted was not a pimp or somebody that was doing sex trafficking, and that was part of the facts of the case. And I'd have to assume that the court took that into took that evidence as part of its decision-making. I just want to point out that if we were to change the law and pass it as the Attorney General requests, anytime somebody borrows money from anybody for under any circumstance and chooses to repay that money, but does so perhaps through prostitution or something of that nature, even if there is no connection with trafficking or anything of that nature, the person who is repaid, if they know that this person is a prostitute, could be prosecuted under this measure. And that's not the purpose or the intent. Ibarra was not the person that should have been prosecuted under this law, because you're going after the traffickers and the pimps. I think a better crafted bill would be able to go after the people that the Attorney General's office really does wish to go after, and those are the pimps and the traffickers. But dealing with what they consider a loophole, because the Supreme Court made a decision, it is not the proper way to fix this problem. Thank you, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Honolulu Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, Mr. Hugo.
Thank you again, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. The Department of the Prosecuting Attorney strongly supports this bill. It closes the existing loophole, which allows for debt bondage to be structured as a form of coercion into sex trafficking. And we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have testimony and support from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Lambert. And we have testimony and support from Maui County Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, Imua Alliance, and 2 individuals. Anyone else wishing to testify on Senate Bill 3036? If not, questions, members? Seeing none, let's move on. Senate Bill 3037, relating to promoting pornography for minors. First up, we have testimony from the Attorney General, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chair Tarnas, members of the committee, Deputy Attorney General Albert Cook again for the Department of the Attorney General. So the department is urging passage of this bill because currently the promoting pornography for minors statute only considers when somebody sends pornography to an actual minor. This bill would allow prosecution in undercover operations where someone disseminates pornography to a law enforcement officer who they believe is a minor. And that situation didn't really exist back when this law was passed in 1972. So we're asking that the committee pass this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, testimony from the Office of the Public Defender.
And good evening once again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, William Benta of the Public Defender's Office. We do oppose this measure. We do believe that this will lead to a tremendous amount of litigation in this area. We've outlined our concerns regarding entrapment and enticements and things of that nature, and the way that electronic enticement of a child is prosecuted, and we foresee that it'll be the same type of investigations and prosecutions for this type of offense. Even more so, we can foresee the fact that undercover officers could pose as students in a high school and see if they can try to get a senior who might be 18 years old to provide pornography on a cell phone to someone who is posing as someone who is 17 or younger. And so, we have grave concerns about that type of undercover activity in our schools. And in reality, we have to think about the fact that what is available merely on a cell phone that almost everybody seems to have, perhaps, this is moot. Now, if the government is concerned about people providing pornography to minors because it's a situation of grooming them for other types of crime, then I think we should address that in a different form instead of a bill that's very general like this. In a sense, it's a very wide net that could catch a lot of people that should not be caught. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next, we have testimony from the Honolulu Police Department. Not present. And testimony in support from the Honolulu Department of Prosecuting Attorney, Mr. Hugo.
Thank you again, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. In addition to our written testimony, I just did want to address the issue of entrapment. This Nicholson case, State versus Nicholson, which we referred to in our testimony, was an electronic enticement case where they also looked at the issue of entrapment. Did not find it to be an issue, and it's really not litigated because you have the transcript of what the officers actually said, and any competent officer is going to know the difference between legitimate law enforcement undercover operations and improper entrapment. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we've received 3 testimonies from individuals in support. Anyone else wishing to testify in Senate Bill 3037? Please introduce yourself.
Angela Melody Young, in strong support, Kapalama Neighborhood Security Watch. So this act, if enacted, would enable prosecution of those who disseminate pornographic materials to an undercover law enforcement officer who represents himself or herself to be a minor in an undercover operation by amending Chapter 712-1215. The Hawaii Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, operated by the department in collaboration of the federal and county law enforcement agencies from, I think, the Department of the Attorney General, conducts undercover operations where undercover law enforcement officers pose as minors on the internet to identify, locate, arrest, and prosecute offenders who solicit minors to engage in sexual activity. And this is not only a state concern, this is a national issue, as minor sex crimes involves online child pornography, and it could possibly lead to adolescent rape. In August 2023, the news released data from the FBI about Operation Cross Country to deal with sex crimes against children. 6 children were found in Hawaii. Okay? So this bill will enhance law enforcement's efforts to combat sex crimes against children and minors. Project Safe Childhood is a nationwide strategy led by the Department of Justice to combat sex crimes against children, and Congress passed the PROTECT Act, which is the Providing Resources, Officers, and Technology to Eradicate Cyber Threats Act of 2008. As mandated by the Act, Department of Justice, working with the National Drug Intelligence Center, completed a first-of-its-kind threat assessment, which showed a disturbing trend: 1, child porn; 2, online enticement of children; and 3, child sex tourism. People from around the world travel to a tourist destination to have sex with a child or minors. So this is of grave concern. 16 to 17 or 18 resolutions were enacted. So it's not confirmed because other jurisdictions are going through the legislative process as well. So around 16, 17 to 18 jurisdictions have declared
Summarize, please.
porn as a public health emergency. So we need this law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify in this measure? If not, questions, members? Oh, go ahead, you first.
Okay. Office of the Attorney General. Is the Hawaii Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force currently operating? Are we doing versions of, like, To Catch a Predator, that show that was much
Yes,
maligned?
we are.
Are we doing these actions?
We are.
How many cases were brought before the courts last year?
We do them on multiple islands. I don't have the stats. I think, I would say probably like around 15 to 20 maybe last year over the different islands.
That's a fair amount. But of that, how many led to prosecution of the defendant? Led to a guilty charge?
So far as I'm aware, I think they're all either a plea bargain down or a guilty verdict. So, yeah, they've all resulted in convictions.
Were there issues as raised by the Office of the Public Defender and things that I've seen in the news in which there was arguments of enticement, like really effective forms of defense in which the defendant was found not guilty?
I'm not aware of any enticement cases or commercial sexual exploitation, which is also one of the undercover things that have resulted in not guilty pleas or not guilty verdicts. Entrapment is always an issue in an undercover, so that it's raised anytime it goes to trial, but to my knowledge, it has not been effective in Hawaii.
But of course, it's fact-based, so you would only
Yes.
bring forth the case if you had the evidence and
Yeah, exactly. If we don't feel like we can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, we don't charge.
would it be fair to say you have a 100% success rate as of last year? I mean, that's what
For
you just said.
electronic enticement cases, yes.
Then is this bill necessary?
It just clears up the ambiguity. So specifically with the promoting pornography for minors, so this will occur. It's not like our undercover are looking for this crime, but in an attempt, again, to groom the person who they believe is a minor, they'll often send pornography to the undercover saying like, oh, how about we do this? What do you think about this as a means of grooming? So this just clears up the issue that the statute itself doesn't specifically say that a law enforcement posing as a minor can be the basis for this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, members? Just curious, do you know other states that have something like this?
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I know a lot of other states do have this type of statute.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, we'll go on to the last measure. Senate Bill 3009 relating to the Department of Law Enforcement. First up, we have, let's do the Department of Law Enforcement first, since you've been waiting forever. Well, we all have, but.
We saved the best for last.
Director Lowe.
Yes, Jordan Lowe, Director for Department of Law Enforcement. The Department of Law Enforcement recognizes the importance of providing law enforcement functions and security for the judiciary and the legislature. We will continue to place the judiciary and legislature as a priority in our mission. We will stand by our written testimony recommending certain amendments to the bill, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, the judiciary.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. My name is Timothy Kozak. I am the Special Assistant for Judiciary Security for the Judiciary. I've been in that position for 7 years. Prior to that, I was a special agent with the United States Secret Service for 30 years. Our testimony has been submitted in writing. I have a few comments, and then I'm available for questions. We strongly support this measure as written, and in summary, want to note that the Judiciary and the Sheriff's Division, now part of the Department of Law Enforcement, have a long and valued partnership. The Judiciary looks forward to enhancing this partnership with the new department through this measure, which could help to improve the department's ability to assign a sufficient number of personnel to protect judicial facilities, avoid a historically under-resourced law enforcement presence in our state courthouses, and ensure adequate protection is provided to the judiciary and to the public that spend time in our facilities every day, sometimes in very traumatic circumstances. DLE recommends removing Section 1 of the bill. We believe the language as written provides the clarity needed for the department as they acknowledge their important protective role to the judiciary and the legislature. This language, as written, is very important as it outlines the unique issues that are brought to the working environment of the legislature and the judiciary, as these branches of government issue life change upon the people of Hawaii every day. This language, as written, supports and clarifies the unique roles of these branches of government and provides clarity so that the department could be better suited to address their protective role to the branches of government and assist the department in developing a modern behavioral threat assessment and management program, which is necessary for these protective responsibilities. In regards to DLE's comments on Section 2 of the bill, the judiciary would just like to proffer that the department always has control of their personnel and that the language as written allows the judiciary to have the DLE's commitment to review and begin working towards fulfilling national best practices for providing protection to the judiciary. The language as written also requires the department, much like the United States Marshal Service does for the federal court system, to work with the judiciary so that we could assist them in resourcing their staffing levels, setting priorities, and assist them in allocating appropriate law enforcement and security resources. The language as written in this section provides for this and additionally provides for provisions that are consistent with national best practices for law enforcement agencies that provide protection to other government branches. The language as written for this section will also facilitate any modern policing initiative that the DLE may develop in the future as part of a statewide strategy to address targeted violence. The DLE requests removing language in regards to their work towards the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, as they cite that this is addressed in Chapter 353C9. The language as written in this Senate bill provides additional items not addressed in Chapter 353C9, like specific reporting and time requirements for their accreditation, with a requested dialogue with the judiciary and the legislature so that these branches of government could fully support the department with their accreditation needs through the entire process. The judiciary strongly supports the adoption of the language of Senate Bill 3009 as written, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony and support from the Hawaii State Trial Judges Association and testimony and support from one individual. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? If not, questions, members. Representative Ganadin.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies to members. I know we're running late. To the department. I feel like we all have an interest here. We're legislators, and there have been several safety concerns regarding the legislature. I was here for several times where we had to evacuate the building. Does the department man metal detectors and entrances at all legislative buildings and judicial facilities throughout the state?
Right now, it's manned by private security.
Why?
Because at the time, DAGS is actually in control of these facilities. So they chose to use private security, and they just brought in the metal detectors. We are going to help them to try to procure X-ray machines. But it was a decision from DAGS to man it with private security right now.
Would this bill allow you to take that responsibility over from DAGS, considering you have all the expertise as described by other testifiers?
While we do, we don't have the staffing for that. Right now, even at the judiciary, the individuals that man their metal detectors are private security.
Do they have the kind of training as described in this bill to deal with potential violence?
No, what normally will happen is if they encounter a situation, they would call our deputy sheriffs who are on staff. And you know, just for some clarification, you know, we have 161 deputies assigned to the courthouses and to the Capitol, and that does represent over 50% of our staffing. A third of the remaining part of the staffing are assigned to the harbors and the airports, and they're mandated for that coverage because of the funding that pays for their services. So we are limited on what we have.
I understand. Do you think that the ways that we do entrance and egress out of judicial buildings and here at the legislature is sufficiently safe?
Well, we actually are going through a reorganization for the security of the Capitol. So we are going to provide more presence once we do the reorganization.
Do you need another bill for that, or is that covered in this bill?
It's not covered in this bill. It was included in the budget bill, but there's a little bit of a funding issue that we're trying to correct, but it's covered in that bill.
In the meantime, is it possible to provide some assistance regarding training for the contracted individuals who are sort of the front line for the public?
No, absolutely. We can do that. You know, the other thing that we're instituting, and we've already started with the governor's office, the lieutenant governor's office, and the governor's residence. And I spoke today to Sergeant at Arms for the House, where we are going to have a state-of-the-art alert system, which will immediately notify our criminal investigation division and our sheriffs to respond. And it is GIS located, so we would know exactly where you are and where the incident is. So we're in the process of ordering the parts for that, the components for that.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much. Other questions, members? If not, thanks very much to the testifiers. Let's move up to decision-making. Back up to the top of the agenda, Senate Bill 2017, relating to financial support of a child after driving under the influence. I recommend we move this out with technical amendments and defect the effective date, year 3000. Questions or concerns, members? Representative Gannon?
Sorry, Chair, I'm going to be voting no. I'm going to agree with the several testifiers that think that this is a civil matter and it's going to be too difficult to prove in a criminal court.
Appreciate that. Any other comments or concerns? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 2017 SD1 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Evelyn? Aye. Representative Gannon, no. Representative Holt? Aye. Representative Ichiyama? Aye. Representative Villagon? Aye. Representative Kong? Aye. Representative Miyake? Aye. Representative Souza? Aye. Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2193 SD1 relating to computer crime. I'm a little skeptical about this, but I'm willing to move it forward with a defective effective date, but I want to put in a 3-year sunset clause. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 2193 SD1 with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Reservations for Representative Gannon. Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2197, Senate Draft 1, relating to gambling offenses. I'd like to make some technical amendments, defect the effective date, and put in a 3-year sunset clause to see if it works. Questions or concerns, members? Not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 2197 SD1 with amendments. All members being present. Any reservations or noes? Chairs, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2310, Senate Draft 1. Since the public defenders and the AGs actually agree that this should be deferred, we'll defer it. Doesn't happen often. Let's do it. Okay, Senate Bill 2757, Senate Draft 1, relating to sex trafficking. I'd like to move this out with technical amendments and defect the effective date, year 3000. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 2757 SD1 with amendments. Any reservations or noes? Reservations for Representative Gannon. Chair, your recommendation. Recommendations adopted.
Senate Bill 3033, I'd like to move this out with technical amendments and defect the effective date to year 3000. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 3033 with amendments. Any reservations or noes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 3034, relating to penal liability. I'd like to move this out with technical amendments, a 3-year sunset date, and defect the effective date year 3000. Questions or concerns, members? Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 3034 with amendments. Any reservations or noes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 3036. I'd like to move this out with effective date, the year 3000, and on page 2, line 14 and 15, the phrase "profits from such conduct by another," I think it should be changed to use the defined term "profits from prostitution." The language would read, quote, "profits from prostitution that is a result of another person compelling or inducing a person by force, threat, fraud, coercion, or intimidation to engage in prostitution." I think we just used defined term. And then section 712-1206, parens 3, cross-references section 712-1201, parens 1, which is being repealed by this bill. So I think amendments are needed to define, quote, "advancing prostitution" in section 712-1206, parens 3. So those are my recommended amendments with a defective effective date to year 3000. Questions or concerns, members? Representative Gannon.
Chair, I'm uncomfortable in my limited capacity in overruling the state Supreme Court. I'm going to be voting with reservations.
Okay. Don't let that hold you back. Any other comments? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 3036 SD1 with further amendments, noting the reservations of Representative Ganadin. Any other reservations or noes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 3037 relating to promoting pornography for minors. I'd like to include a savings clause to make sure this is used prospectively and defect the effective date to year 3000. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 3037 SD1 with amendments. Any reservations or noes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Final bill, Senate Bill 3009, Senate Draft 2, relating to the Department of Law Enforcement. I'm going to go with the judiciary on this one and just make some technical amendments and defect the effective date to 3000 and move it on to finance. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on SB 3009 SD2 with amendments. Any reservations or noes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. There being no further business before this committee, we are adjourned. Thank you.